All right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining in on this Friday evening. My name is Shruti Sundaresan, and on behalf of the team at India Science Festival and Fast India, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all our attendees. This is the final concluding weekend at India Science Festival's third edition. This is India's largest virtual celebration of science, and we're here to bring the best of science and tech to all of you at your homes. Of course, while we would have loved to celebrate science with you in an offline, on-ground setting, we have to keep the pandemic in mind. And because of the same reason, our festival is being held online. It's virtual and it's absolutely free to attend. There's something to do for everybody at India Science Festival. And we sincerely hope that you'll be a part of all our events in the coming 3 days. So before we step right into this the session today, I would love to know a little about our attendees. And of course, we have one question to ask you all. This session is about careers in science. And it goes without saying that we would love to know what you think about careers in science. So I'm going to quickly launch a poll on your screens. And if you could tell me what you think, that would be great. So the question is, what do you think a science career should look like? And there are a couple of options in front of you. Please feel free to tell us what you feel. Things are absolutely, there's no right or wrong here. It's just what you think. And please feel free to put up your opinion. This is just one question, and we will very quickly show you the results of what our attendees have said. So just wait for a few more seconds. I'd like to tell all our attendees that we're also live streaming on YouTube. So please do tell your friends and family members in case they're not able to attend this session, they can catch it live on YouTube later. And with that, we have all our answers. Let me quickly end the poll and share the results with all of you. So as you can see on your screen, 64% of our attendees think that they look at the career of a scientist when they think about science careers. 5% look at teaching, 1% think of filmmaking, 6% think of artists, 3% think of administration, 6% think of working with the government, 5% think of management, while 10% think of others. Fantastic. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. I hope you had a chance to go through all of the answers. And with that, I would like to invite our wonderful knowledge partners for today. Can I please request Zile and Shantala from India Bioscience to turn on their audio and video. This session has been curated and brought to you all by India Bioscience. And I'll request Zile and Shantala to take this session ahead, set the tone of the discussion. And of course, all of our attendees can drop in some questions and comments in the Q&A tab. And we'll relay the questions to the panelists towards the end of the session. With that, a big thanks to India Bioscience for partnering with us at IISER 2022. It's been an absolute pleasure. And Shantala and Zile, over to you.
Thanks, Shruti. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, IISER.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining in. And before we begin and introduce ourselves and our speakers, we thought we'll get you some exercising. And I would request you all to keep your, be ready and keep your fingers on this reaction that you have, which is a raise hand option. So I'll show you a few, in the next few slides, I'll show you a few pictures, right? You'll see pictures of individuals and you have to see that. And in the first glance, you have to tell me do you think that this person that you see in the picture studied science early on in their school, undergrad, master's, or doctoral studies? So if you think that, okay, you saw the picture and yes, this person studied, so you quickly raise your hand. And this is going to be very, very quick. So maybe every 3-4 seconds, I'm going to change the pictures. So you have to keep doing that, right? Okay, let's begin. First one. Okay, next one. Next one. Next one. People in the circles. Next one. Last one. Okay, so I see for almost all of them, nearly 30 of you have raised hands, and others, I think about, we have around 125 participants haven't raised their hands. So you think the others think that these people haven't studied science early on. Let's just rewind this and see all the pictures and see who are these people. So in the first picture, you saw Rohini Godbole, who is a physicist. In the second picture, you saw Ashwini Mohan, who is a herpetologist, and she studies amphibians and reptiles. So for her lab is the forest, the outside world. In the third picture, you saw Radhika and Ipsa, who contribute to science by drawing illustrations. In the fourth pictures, the ones in the red circle are Sara and Somdatta, who are science communicators and outreach experts, while in the blue, you saw Ponari and Madhuri, who are research managers and administrators. In the fifth pictures, on the Forbes India cover, among others, you saw Taslim Arif and Anand Kumar. And in the last one was Professor Vijay Raghavan, who is a scientific policy advisor to the government of India. And the reason why we are showing you these pictures are to set the tone that while as many of you, nearly 64% of you in the poll said, science, to contribute to science, one career is being a scientist and being on bench, but there are multiple ways to contribute to science, some of which you see on your screens right now. So if we talk of science careers, any career that involves A, understanding of science, and B, using the concepts of science and application of those concepts is a science career. So for example, things like science administration or a patent lawyer or teaching or science journalism or science writing, all these are science careers. And the way we traditionally, in our minds, we see career progression is like something like a linear upward moving ladder, where we see, okay, we start somewhere here after our education, we take a job, and with time, we just move upwards and onwards. For people like me and many of us who are from academia, for us, it begins with a BSc or an MSc, then you do a PhD, then you do a postdoc, do several postdocs, and apply for multiple faculty positions until you get that one faculty position, right? Fortunately or unfortunately, while actually in reality, a career progression looks like this. It's confusing, it's hazy, multiple paths, multiple parallel running paths, multiple options to choose from. So in order to clear out some confusion and get you started, we thought we would bring people who have carved their niches and science careers for themselves beautifully today, and we'll ask them how they have reached where they have reached, how they figured out for themselves the science careers they are in. So we'll get to them, and we thought we'll keep this a little bit differently, and I won't introduce them. So my first question to all the speakers is this: that who are they and what do they do as part of their jobs? And before we even get started, maybe I and Shantala, who are from India Bioscience, we can talk about ourselves also, because we also studied science early on. And I'm Zile. I studied molecular medicine. I did my PhD studying and discovering drugs for peptide-based therapy in malaria. So I found drugs that could actually paralyze the parasite. While it was very nice and interesting and fun to work on the bench, I always wanted to make a much bigger impact. And I wanted to see the effect of that impact within my lifespan, which is why I started to explore. So in your registration forms, many of you have expressed your interest in understanding and knowing about science careers. So I just wanted to say two things to you. One, that don't be afraid to explore. And second, for any career shift, it's a slow transition. It's not a jump. So for example, in my case, I started during my doctoral degree, I realized that I like to play around with words as a form of expression. So which is why I started writing. I trained myself by attending various workshops for science communication and journalism. And then I started blogging and freelancing, and then took up some part-time jobs. And then eventually I took up a full-time job. So it was a slow transition. And I would leave that leave to you with that thought. And maybe Shantala, before we go on to other speakers, could the attendees know your story of science?
Thanks, Zili. Maybe we can stop sharing the screen. Okay, perfect. So I'm Shantala, as Zili said. I'm also from India Bioscience. And one of the things that really struck me when I was going through the registration form is I sensed this sentiment of frustration, or, like this frustration at confusion, like, oh, I don't know what I want to do in science, or I'm doing XYZ course. What can I do next? And I think this sense of confusion is, in my opinion, really healthy. It is something I wish I had actively pursued when I was a bachelor student, when I was a master's student, because this shows that you're actively thinking about, what am I as a person, and, what are the opportunities that are out there. So my career trajectory was, I too studied, bachelor's, master's. I studied life sciences. I did a PhD in neuroscience. And then I did that fancy word that Zile said, which is a postdoc. I did a training in neuroscience as well. And at that point, I kind of took a moment to kind of tell myself, okay, there's one way you can continue, is to kind of be like a train on wheels and just continue. Or I could take a moment to reevaluate, what were the things I really enjoyed doing, because I knew I loved science. I mean, that was clear to me. But what exactly in science was it that I liked? And so to kind of get started, I did what many of you in today's webinar are doing, is just kind of attending sessions, visiting labs, talking to people who are like writing, or people who are doing, a lot of different things. And slowly I started kind of actually listing down for myself, what did I enjoy doing? So I enjoyed talking with people. I enjoyed giving presentations. I putting together the story of my work. So if I had to explain, my thesis, that was something I really enjoyed. But as much as I did that, I said, I didn't really want to be the person who was sitting at the bench the whole day doing that one experiment that converted to the graph. And so, I think it takes a little bit of, honesty with yourself to think about what you'll enjoy doing. And also a thought that you don't have to compromise. So like Zili said, she enjoyed writing. And it wasn't a choice of, doing science or writing. I think one of the amazing things with the scientific landscape today is that there are so many different options, whether you enjoy writing, whether you're enjoying artists, whether you're an artist, whether you enjoy finances, entrepreneurship. I think there are so many avenues. So I think if there's one thing you take away from today's session, it is to kind of, break down for yourselves what is the nugget of what makes you, what drives your interest, and then try to kind of seek out what are the avenues for you to pursue a career in science. And possibly if there's nothing, you might be the first person who kind of, starts on a new path. So with that, I think it is just be open, be interactive, be flexible. There is no one prescription for what should be your XYZ career. And so with that, Zili and I are super excited to have this conversation with 4 people who have taken very different journeys in their career in science. And so let's start by hearing from our speakers today. So maybe if we can start with you, Varun, could you tell us a little bit about your journey? So maybe if I can just give a small prompt. In the first round, when we're introducing, maybe we can keep it to about 3 minutes. And the subsequent rounds, when we have, questions, I will direct it to one of you. You can, give an answer of about 1 minute, and then we'll have a little bit of chance for other people to add on their thoughts as well. So over to you, Varun.
Sounds good. Hi, good evening, everyone. Nice to meet you here. I am Varun Bhalerao. You just heard about science careers from Shantala and Zile, and actually they have been applying the scientific method itself, taking observations, getting data in order to select their career paths. I am now a scientist. I am an astrophysicist working at IIT Bombay. We build stuff that is used in astrophysics. So we build space telescopes, ground-based telescopes. We have built the country's first fully robotic optical telescope in Ladakh called Growth India. And to do all of this, I actually started off from an engineering background. So I did my bachelor's in electrical engineering, after which I said, okay, science is still more fun. So I switched over to science, went ahead and did a PhD in astrophysics at Caltech, worked in Ayuka for a bit in Pune with various scientists. And that actually was an amazing experience, because the way I got into science was from all the fantastic outreach efforts that Ayuka in Pune used to do. And I remember one fine day sitting in audience in one of the programs, and I looked around and I was sitting amongst all my childhood idols. And that's when it kind of hit me again, saying, wow, I actually am living my dream. So that's the fun part of being a scientist. And now I work at IIT Bombay. We do observational astrophysics. We work on a little bit of theory, not a lot. We build instruments. We work with a large number of students. So that's my background. Do you also want me to address how I got into science overall?
I think maybe that will be a question that we'll come to later. So just a little bit introduction, like we wanted you to kind of introduce in your words how you saw yourself. So thanks, Varun. Shailaja, could we hear from you next? Could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, thank you, Shantala and Zile. Hi everyone. Good evening. This is Shailaja, and I am actually one of the co-founders of C6 Energy Private Limited, which is a startup based out of CCamp in NCBS in Bangalore. And I'm also the Chief Scientific Officer at C6 Energy. So I started off, I did my training as a bachelor's and master's in biotechnology from IIT Madras. And like I think most of you, I was at crossroads about 12 years ago, trying to understand what kind of a career would fit me. Fortunately, at that point of time, we stumbled on a very interesting problem statement to look at doing agriculture on the oceans to create sustainable raw material, which can address a lot of global problems. And that really did excite me. And with my team, with my co-founders, we did start a company called C6 Energy, which is where I've been associated with for the past 12 years. And in my main role at C6, what we do is actually carry out a lot of research on trying to understand what kind of molecules we could discover from seaweeds and develop applications for these molecules, develop processes to make these molecules at a very large scale, and finally take these applications to the real customers. So for me, what excites me a lot about what I do at C6 is taking a lot of scientific concepts, analyzing all the information that we get as part of our research programs, taking it to the final customers and solving some real world challenges. Yeah, and thank you, India's Bioscience, for actually getting me onto the panel today. Yeah.
It's absolutely lovely having you here, Shailaja. Thanks for telling us and, carving that niche for yourself. Could we, so I see Rajendra, could we hear from you? Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got to doing, and more what you're doing now, actually?
Sure. Thank you so much, Shantala and Zile. And many thanks to India Science Festival and India Bioscience for having me here. I'm Aisha Chaudhary. I'm a researcher by training and education and a government servant by profession for now. I work as an officer on special duty with the principal scientific advisor to Government of India, Professor Vijay Raghavan, whose picture you also saw in the little quiz that Zile did with us. But that's only 50% of who I am as an individual. The remaining 50% of me really likes to read a lot, travel a bit, of course, in non-COVID times, write a bit, and also practice a yogic way of living. So that's who I am, I would say. Specifically on the professional front, I think I'll take the liberty of becoming a little uncensored here, if I can use that term. And I'll say that when I graduated from class 12, I was kind of very lost in terms of which course in science I wanted to do. Whether fortunately or unfortunately, I had dropped maths in class 12, so I had very limited options in terms of what I could do. But interestingly, I chose to do microbiology honors for my bachelor's at South Campus, and post which I had decided that, okay, let's do a specialization in biotechnology in BHU. But that, I think, was a tipping point for me, and post which I actually started my science innovation journey, which was about 15 years ago, specifically in healthcare, as a PhD researcher at IIT Bombay. And after that, I've done a startup. I worked in the industry at Baxter International in innovation again. And presently with the government of India, my stint is focusing on, driving behavior change in the science administration in India and rationalization of research and development through a clustering approach. So I've sort of transitioned from a hardcore microbiology to now science administration over the last couple of years. But I think one thing that really I want to highlight is that, the common thread in my journey across all these different aspects, it has been these 4 ingredients, which I would like to call as my circle of profession. And I've ensured that I get a little of each of those 4 ingredients in all my stints that I do in science. These are leveraging my skills, leveraging my strengths, getting some sort of adrenaline rush in whatever I do in the field of science, and also ensuring that the career that I pick in science is able to make me financially independent. And of course, it provides me self-motivation. So I think getting a mix of all of this has really helped me in my science evolution and journey. And I think all of you will have to find what's your ingredient to be able to motivate you to work in the area of science. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. I really like the the breakdown that you've done, because at the end of it, we are complete people. So we do have a lot of aspects that go into sustaining us and keeping us going, and it's good to acknowledge and be aware of all of that. So we were also to be joined by a 4th panelist, Rajendra Kondapalli, who I think is having some difficulties joining, but he's a filmmaker, and so that was the additional mix we wanted to bring into this conversation. But post this session, or post today's session at ISF, do go and have a look at him, and so you get an idea of another career trajectory in science. So with that, maybe we can move on to a short kind of question session. So I'll ask a question, I'll direct it to one of you, and then you can kind of answer for 1 minute, and then we can have short tag on answers. And then we'll move, to talking about some of the questions from the audience, because we have so many people here who, are so passionate in their kind of quest for understanding a career in science. So starting with you, Varun, and this is kind of the question you asked whether you should, touch upon when you were talking is, could you tell us a little bit about what fascinated you, growing up, or, in your starting your journey in science, and you have such a kind of fascinating area of research, when you were discussing it earlier, it captures people's imagination, but what captured your imagination at the start of this journey?
So, astronomy is inherently a very fun field to look at, right? There's a stage in every kid's life when they want to be an astronaut, I guess. So curiously enough, I did not want to be an astronaut, but I would very much enjoy looking at the moon and looking at stars. So given a chance, I'd just lie down and look at stars. And I probably knew like 2 constellations. Okay, so Orion or Mriga Nakshatra, and Great Bear or Saptarshi, that's it. And in school, I had good teachers, so I actually did enjoy science and maths. And one very nice opportunity came up in terms of the astronomy Olympiad. So India was about to send its first team to the International Astronomy Olympiads, and there was a selection round. And my school again said that, hey, wait a minute, this is something that you should be interested in, so go for that. And then they sent me there. And that is when I really got to first see a formal aspect of astronomy. And I said, this is fun, I like this. Then when it was time to start a college, I think for various reasons, I ended up joining engineering, as a lot of students do, I guess. There was fortunately no family pressure or anything like that immediately saying you must do this. In engineering, I also enjoyed that. And then I said, wait a minute, this is pointing to a pattern. If I keep trying new things, I'll keep liking all of them. So maybe I should stop. And then finally, my career is now something which mixes engineering with astrophysics. So when you think of an astrophysicist, you typically put people in two boxes. On the one side, you have someone looking through a telescope, and that's what we call observers. On the other hand, you have stalwarts like Professor J.N. Narvekar or Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, and so on, who are all theoretical astrophysicists or cosmologists and so on. There's a third group, which is someone who has to build all the equipment that astronomers use. So we do that. I take my engineering background, and in that sense, my job is kind of like the job of an architect. You know, there's a engineer and a construction team that know how to build a house. There is a user or who wants to have a house or an office of a certain kind, and you need someone in between who understands what is needed and what is possible, and then makes it happen. So that's what we do. We take, and that's why I'm at IIT Bombay. So in the Institute of Technology, we take all the latest and greatest technology ideas and convert them into instruments that will allow us to really probe the furthest corners of the universe. There was no single aha moment that really said that I should get into astrophysics at this point. It was a very gradual evolution that led me into this. There is also one more thing that I would like to point out, if I can take another half a minute, which is that we get a lot of students often asking us saying, hey, I have done engineering as well, and now I want to switch to astrophysics. I really like it. What I would suggest is that you need to do something that sets you apart from the crowd. So liking to look at stars to becoming an astronomer, there are many steps in between. And I really like music. That doesn't mean that I'll go to Ronu Muzumdar and say, hey, make me a musician tomorrow. Right? I have to show in something first that gets me started on that path. Along the path, you will also realize if you really like astrophysics as a hobby or any science field as a hobby or as a career. And that is a big point. I'm sure we'll get to more of those discussions later. So make sure that you understand the difference between a hobby and a career option, and then you push forward in that direction. You'll be able to pursue a career in whatever interests you.
Thanks, Varun. I see Rajendra has joined us. Hello.
Hi.
So maybe we'll come to you now, Rajendra. So could you give us? So we were just introducing ourselves and kind of talking a little bit about our inspiration to get started. So maybe in like 2 to 3 minutes, can you tell us a little bit about, what you do? Introduce yourself, what you do, but also how did you transition from your education to what you are doing currently?
Yeah. I first thank India Biosciences for having me on this session. As I've seen in the very beginning, in the quick, the survey that was done, I stand in a very minority. It's only 1% of the people, science graduates would get into filmmaking. So that I choose that minority, my kind of a profession, because in the very earlier stages, what I've realized after doing my filmmaking, and I realized that there are so many interesting things happening around us, and very few people are able to kind of share those interesting things happening around us in terms of science and technology. And when I finished my graduation in science, in early 90s, I realized, and then I did my philosophy for a couple of years, then did my filmmaking. So it's a kind of a khichdi I have. But, if I look back, I really feel that really helped me in the long run, of having my science background, a bit of arts in me, and sometimes philosophizing things and having science into it. So this kind of mixture of things really helped me in the long run, if I look back now, okay. And I realized that in the early 90s, there was this science show that used to come on Doordarshan called Turning Point. I don't know how many of you know about it. It was India's first ever science and technology program. So that was an exciting program for me, and that excited me to talk about science and make films on science and technology, engineering. And that's how, I got into science filmmaking. And one thing I should tell you very frankly, it's been a big challenging journey, because I really took that 1% path where, everything was kind of, I need to explore, open up, persuade people, request scientists to talk about their work, literally request. So it was a very challenging journey, but at the same time, it was very exciting and very, very satisfying. Why satisfying? What I mean by satisfying, of course, every assignment or a job one takes up, one feels satisfied. But for me, it was very satisfying because I was able to reach out to people, I was able to reach out to people, larger audiences, and my films and my programs were reaching to a larger audience where there was a bit of impact in some way or the other. Whenever I do any science programming or science shows, what I feel is if one person gets excited looking at this show, my purpose is served. This is how, that excited me to keep doing science programming. And very interesting thing I should tell all our viewers who are logged on to this session, this is the only profession where it will take you to places. I was just a graduate scientist who went to CERN to do a documentary film on CERN, and had an opportunity to meet the eminent scientists at CERN in Switzerland. So I had a 15-day stay, all paid, did the film. So, it's like, your hobby being converted into a profession. So that's the very interesting part of my science filmmaking journey. And it also kind of takes not only take you to places, and also kind of take you to people, whom you have kind of regarded as people, as your mentors or someone whom you looked upon. Those are the people whom you can interact with, learn from them a lot. That's how this science filmmaking has been a big journey for me. And it has never been a dull, though it has its own challenges, definitely big challenges, particularly in our country, because it's still kind of getting up there, But having been in this for last almost more than 25 years now, I can see a drastic change coming now. So I see a lot of opportunities in this field, not only in terms of only filmmaking, not only the technical aspects of it, but the content aspects of it. We have a lot of openings in this area, which I think I'll come to it later when we get into the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajendra, for taking that 1% path. And I think, hearing from more people like you and, all of you talking about, your career journeys, I think is only going to open up the field more. So now another question is maybe Shailaja, we can hear from you on this is, so you mentioned that you started with, more of, an engineering kind of background. So was there a light bulb moment when you felt like, that because, entrepreneurship is kind of taking a risk on yourself, right? So it is a bulb moment that inspired you on your journey, and how did you decide to take this path where you're also now working in with as an entrepreneur within a kind of academic setup at CCamp?
Right, sure. So it was not really like a light bulb moment, I would say. I mean, during my bachelor's and master's, I was engaged in a lot of research projects and I was very hands-on person. I would love to work in the lab. So at the end of my master's thesis, well, I was just thinking about what to go ahead with. What really struck me was the scientific tools and the concepts are the same, but the kind of problem statement that you work on really makes a difference. And for me, it was not to work on some obscure ideas, but I really wanted to work on something that can actually solve a real world problem. I think that was really close to my heart. And as a group, when we were working on trying to look at sustainable raw materials on a very large scale, the concept of looking at oceans and seaweeds and the kind of applications that it would open up really excited me. There was a lot to learn. It was a very steep learning curve for me. I mean, it's not an easy journey, I can definitely say, because from when we started to where we are now, it has been a very long journey, and it's not for the weak-hearted, definitely. We had our ups and downs, and I mean, I myself have transitioned from working on the bench to actually managing the research programs, getting involved in drafting patents, looking at inventions. How can we translate our scientific concepts into applications? So a lot of learning along the journey. With, I mean, obviously we had a lot of access to good mentors and ecosystem, which helped us definitely along the path. But I think definitely one advice I would like to give to people who want to take a career in science is that you need to work on whatever field you choose, whatever problem statement you choose. I think you really need to be connected to it in order to make a difference and in order to work on it, because it is a very long path. Like even in a PhD, it takes about 5 years, or even if you are doing an independent project, it takes at least 2 to 3 years to get anywhere close to the results that you're expecting. So I think that would be my advice. Yeah.
Thanks, Shailaja. Aisha, would you like to kind of add any thoughts? Because your career, as you were mentioning, it has had so many kind of so much diversity within it and the various things that you have done. So either whether, like what was it that sparked that kind of, interest in you inside, what is about science sparked that interest in you, or even if you had, a kind of light bulb moment when you said, this is science and this is what I want to do, and whether you had multiple of these, because as you kind of moved along, because, as we grow, as we kind of experience new things, as you said, those 4 kind of ingredients you have might change as, as time goes. So was it a kind of situation of multiple light bulb moments? So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, I think you've partly answered my question. I definitely did have multiple light bulb moments. And in fact, I think it goes back to as a child, and I still remember about 3 days ago, my mother was telling me, that as a child, when I would watch a television program where I would see a medical doctor lady, and then I would just jump out and say that, oh, I want to become a doctor, or I want to become a scientist. And two days later, I would see somebody working as an IPS officer, and I would, get drifted to that. So I think things have always fascinated me, different kinds of professions which create an impact. So subsequently, what I realized is that what really fascinated me, that whatever I do in science, it needs to be useful to at least somebody around me. And therefore, I think that is how I kept switching from one aspect to another to see that, how I can really increase the reach of my impact that I can create. My startup days, my products were able to impact, let's say, hundreds of those different kinds of patients. But then I decided, okay, I wanted to contribute more. I wanted to create a larger impact. How can I then work at a national level project? And that's how I moved into corporate. And then eventually I thought, okay, even thousands of patients in 2-3 different states was not enough for me. So I wanted to go more. So I think for me, it was the impact which really motivated me to try out, from going in from the startup journey to the corporate and now in the government. And I think government is a place where you can create the maximum amount of impact. So I think it was a mix of these things, and my probably desire to just keep trying out new things is also what really motivated me to be experimental in nature. I'll pause here. Thanks.
Thanks, Aisha. So maybe a question that we can ask all of you is, so some of the elements that you have spoken about in your careers have been, it's been hard, it's been challenging, it's been meandering, but it has been rewarding in terms of, what were your kind of personal goals or, your personal values. So maybe if you can just in a minute or so say a little bit about how you see this landscape of careers in science, either how it's evolved, like in your within the kind of time of your career, and how you see it moving forward. And I think this will give many of our audience members, people who are joining us today, are like undergrads, masters, PhD students who are kind of confused about what to do. So this might help them understand that the changing landscape a bit better. So maybe we can start with you, Varun.
Okay, so in terms of the group here, I think I'm the closest to a conventional scientist idea that students might have had. There's a small distinction here, which is that when you think of a scientist, well, two, I'd say. First is that I don't wear a lab coat. The second is that what we usually call this group is we call ourselves just faculty members. So at most places, a scientist is actually going to be a professor at a university. And depending on what kind of university or institute you are in, you have a certain amount of teaching and training and mentoring responsibility, and you have research responsibility. So if you are in places like, say, TIFR or IISC, then you are doing mainly research, and you are training maybe PhD students. As you come to IITs and IISERs, that becomes about half and half. As you go to universities, the teaching side increases, and the research part then has to go down because there are only 24 hours in a day. The landscape on this is that in many fields within science, we are actually growing. There are a lot of new projects. In Astro, for example, there are about 5 or 6 major international projects in which India is a partner on par with the leading countries in the world. So you have places like the Square Kilometer Array, 30-meter telescope, the gravitational waves, LIGO experiments, and so on. And now what happened is that the first generation of scientists were the people who worked against all odds, and they created an atmosphere where we could at least dream big. And then this current generation of scientists is now setting up these facilities. And the people who are in our audience right now, that is going to be the generation of scientists who are going to use these facilities and make those groundbreaking discoveries and bring in the Nobel Prizes and so on. So there are a lot of opportunities for those who are willing to come this way. As for coming this way, there is one part which you need to keep in mind, which is that you have to ask the right question. So if you enjoy the process, then you will be able to navigate your way through everything and enjoy science. But if your end goal is that, oh, I want to do ABC and launch a space telescope, well, you work on it for 10-20 years and then you launch a space telescope. What really matters when you're talking to people is you should ask them, what do they do every day? What gets you out of bed in the morning? How many hours a day do you spend at work? What do you do in those hours? And that is what really defines your career. It's not those big tick marks that you get every 5 or 10 years. It's what you do every day. And if that is fun, then you have had a great career.
Absolutely. I think that is so well said, that, the daily is something that actually sustains you on a kind of small scale. Shailaja, what about you?
I think I would say that if people have different goals at different time points in their life, like the kind of career that you want at, let's say, 20, when you're really, you're pumped up, you have a lot of adrenaline, is completely different from what you may want to do. Let's say you want to explore something new at the age of 30. I mean, priorities change in life as well. So I think you should never be afraid to explore. Like, because you have chosen a certain path till you're a certain age doesn't mean you can't shift out and learn something new. I think that is the most important, I would say, when you're in the career, when you want to choose a career in science. And also there are a lot of opportunities which are coming up now, especially if you want to look at a science entrepreneurship. The government is also actively looking at promoting entrepreneurship cells in almost all the universities that I see. They have an entrepreneurship cell. They want students to come up with ideas, look at how they can use their skill sets to solve problems. So there's a lot of transition which is happening from where we were 10 years ago. Like to give an example, we were the first biotech company that was incubated in IIT. till then there was no concept of incubation or entrepreneurship in the campus. So but now every campus boasts of so many different startup companies that are coming up. So I would say never be afraid to dream, and then take the matters into your hands. Yeah.
Thanks, Shailaja. Rajendra?
Yeah, I would. I would say that for anything to communicate, you should be very curious. That sense of curiosity will. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that one should have a sense of curiosity. In my area of work, unless you are curious enough to know that thing and communicate that thing, it is kind of gives you a sense of what do you call that, work orientation towards your program. Like what I mean by saying this is we see science everywhere. Okay. We see science everywhere, and how we would like to kind of talk about it and communicate it to a common audience. What is happening today is if we can have a good communication of science and science communicators coming forward, it would be very interesting that we all can have a good what do you call an informed decision making, informed opinion making. Otherwise, what is happening, what I feel is, if we are unable to communicate and talk about science happening all around us, we are somewhere lagging behind in communicating it to the common audiences, lay audiences, what I call. That is where my area of work, I feel very excited about it. And as other panelists were also saying, always be kind of passionate about your work, explore things, passionate in whatever you are doing, and don't just take it as a job assignment, because okay, I've decided one day to take up science communication, chalo, let's start doing something. No, that won't work. It's a long-term game plan. You need to be passionate enough about it, and you need to pursue it. Perseverance is key here. That is what my experience tells me. You have to be passionate and persevere, whatever you are taking it up. And in today's age of what do you call fast food, quick fix things doesn't happen like that. You have to be patient and chase them. Literally you have to kind of follow it, chase it up, and passionately work towards it. And definitely, I think it is achievable, and it will be much more rewarding and satisfying at the end of the day. And as far as the openings are concerned, if I can just share a couple of things.
So could you keep it to 30 seconds, because we would like to hear from Aisha and then go for the audience questions as well.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, as the television jargon goes. So, now it is on to me. I tell people to give it in 30 seconds. Right? Now I understand how challenging it is. So I know quickly to say, there are so many options in science filmmaking. One can be a content writer, one can be a researcher. There is a lack of so much of content generators in science communication today. You may be a PhD, you may be a postgraduate in science, but you have these openings. That's what I feel very strongly about. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajendra. Aisha, could we hear from you on your thoughts on the changing landscape and of careers in science? And then Zile, we can move on to a few audience questions.
Sure. I personally feel, and I have actually seen paradigm shift, I would say, in the last 15, 20 years. In earlier times, I think it was our education that decided what we could do next, meaning our professional choices were largely influenced by our educational stream. And traditionally, such individuals evolved into developing what is called as an I-shaped personality, where you either become a generalist or you become a specialist. But today, I think professional choices, even in science, are governed more by our skills and less by our educational streams. And in the present time, we have become more open to what is termed as, a T-shaped personality, where people possess deep expertise in one area and medium expertise in a lot of other areas as well. And I would say that these new category of people are absolutely highly valuable to the future of work. And in fact, the different kinds of scientists that I often like to quote, the academic scientist or the startup scientist or filmmaking scientist or a policy making scientist, all of these are examples of these T-shaped personalities where you have a scientific bent of mind, you're a researcher by training, but at the same time, you also are using skills of being a leader in the startup or documentary making or writing in filmmaking. So all of that, it's pretty much a mix of multiple skills that you use. So I think it's very important for each one of us to explore and discover what's your category of scientist. I would sum it up like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. I really love that description of the, it rings home so much, the kind of T-shaped personality. Zile, maybe if you have some questions from the audience.
Yeah, we have actually a lot of questions. So I'll try to club a few questions. So maybe we can begin with Jayant's question to Varun. And he's curious about, so you mentioned about iconic scientists that you interacted with. So are there some specific scientists that really inspired you while you were on your career journey?
So the little kissa that I told at the start, at that time, it was an event where I was sitting right behind Professor Jayant Naralekar and Professor Govind Swarup, who were clearly the icons at that time. But over time, I've also interacted with a lot of other brilliant senior scientists from India in many different forums. You'll notice that I'm avoiding taking names because I don't want to give you a list that will span the next 10 minutes. But so what happens, I think let me tell you a different angle to it. The fun part is not just being able to meet them. The first time I met a Nobel laureate, I actually walked up to them and asked for an autograph, and they were very surprised. And it took me many years to understand why, because once you are meeting them in a scientific setting, they expect you to behave like a peer and they expect you to treat them like a peer. I think that is far more rewarding than anything else you could imagine. That when I'm sitting in front of someone like Naralekar and discussing ideas with them, they will take my ideas with the same seriousness that they would take ideas of someone else who's of their seniority. And that's the fun part, really.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So Rajendra, maybe I can pose two questions to you from Jayant and Srushti. So as you mentioned, you're from 1% of the people who would want to, who are pursuing filmmaking. So there is a lot of lack of examples. So what helped you to take that first step into delving into the career of science filmmaking? And also, what do you think we need to do to have SNT content more in print and TV and social media in India?
Yeah. When I started in early 90s, what I realized was, it was a very initial phase of television in India. Satellite television was just coming up. What I realized was everyone was talking everything but for science. Okay. That's when I realized that, yeah, I see a potential in science programming and communicating science. That's how I started doing science programming, because I have a science background that helped me and a filmmaking background that I have. So that's where I felt it is important to communicate science happening in the country. Unfortunately, many people even told it, okay, now it is far better, but in the early 90s and late 2000s and all, what was happening was we were doing a lot of science, but not many people were not knowing about it. Okay. So that's where I felt it is important to communicate science. And coming to the question of what is that we need to do to reach out, yes, we need a lot of science communication programs in the universities, particularly, and I would strongly suggest that why don't we start that a short course or a program in schools itself, from higher 8th, 9th standards onwards, maybe a chapter on science communication. And later on, because it is very important to catch people at a younger age, to develop that kind of an interest and a skill set. That is where, see, I would strongly suggest that don't think, oh, now I have explored all opportunities, only one thing left, that is 1% filmmaking, let's get into this. No, it doesn't work like this. So we need to have that sense of excitement about science. So we should start from schools and the universities. Of course, there are a couple of universities which are having the science communication programs. So once you open up this avenue of science communication, not at a very later stage of their careers, but in the very beginning, that would help out. And also, I would strongly recommend that, the science community, particularly to Aisha, who is in the government, to take a decision on this, that we need to have a strong science programming grants and funds to explore and communicate science to the masses across the country. That's where I strongly feel it will help us reach out the science happening in the country.
Thank you, Rajendra, for those points. Okay, so maybe I can quickly address one question to Shailaja. So as a science professional and enthusiast, did the business aspect of your profession pull you ever back, and how did you overcome that?
Okay, I'll try to keep it brief as we're running out of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I would, it is definitely challenging because a lot of concepts that we develop in the lab and products that we develop in the lab may not see the market at the end of the day. So I would rather took it, I mean, in the last decade, I think we have taken it more as a challenge rather than as a deterrent for incorporating all of these into the product development stage. So I would say that definitely is an important aspect that didn't deter me in the whole process. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So maybe we can take a question for Aisha. I'm just trying to scroll up. Okay, so Aisha, Jayant asks that driving behavioral change in science administration is a tough proposition, and especially when you're in the government. So to what extent do you succeed? Have you succeeded so far? And do you think there is a shift in the change of attitudes and people becoming more proactive and positive?
I would say it's a very long journey and a tough one, like I said. But yes, the fact that at least people on both sides, the scientists and the government ministries, are listening to us is a big success, I would say, because earlier they would not even listen to what we have to say, because we were trying to tell them to actually step out of their comfort zone and interact with scientists on one hand and telling the scientists to interact with the government ministry on the other hand. So yes, we have been at least able to translate their specific vocabularies into a language now which both sides do understand, which is a big positive move, I would say. And I think the other way that we typically as a scientist like to use to test if our intervention is working or no is, what we call as either a combination of a deletion test and a gain of function assay, which I actually learned from Professor Vijay Raghavan, that, how would we have been without a particular intervention? And is it actually that valuable to have more of this elsewhere? So it's a combination of these two, which I guess does indicate that, yes, we are taking baby steps, we are moving forward, and more of consistent effort will definitely break that wall between the ministries and the scientists. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. So maybe, because we are almost hitting 6, so if I could request the panelists, if they could stay back for a bit and answer because there are several questions in the Q&A box, if you could type into the chat box. And meanwhile, Shantala, could I please request you for the wrap up?
Sorry, I was trying to shoot out a few answers while that was happening. Yeah, it's great to see there's so many questions and people, actively thinking about this. So, as some maybe kind of last minute thoughts on, what you can do for people who are still wondering, because many of you have said, I have a PhD in zoology, I have this, I have that, what can be my career in science? So to give you a few kind of concrete exercises that you can do, and this kind of even touches up on what Aisha spoke about when she spoke about, the 4 ingredients that were important for her. I think while it's important to kind of know what are all the science careers that are out there, and that is something we haven't listed in this session, I think the starting point is understanding yourself as a person. And I think that is a thread that has emerged across, from listening to all of these speakers who are very different science careers, has been, they really understood, what kept them going, whether it was, having more of an impact, the adrenaline rush, or, doing something that had a tangible kind of outcome, communicating science better. So one exercise that I for all of you to do is to kind of start this introspection journey where you kind of start thinking about your skills. What are the things that you're good at, enjoy doing? What are interests, which, what are the things that you're curious about? What do you enjoy doing? And these don't always have to be the same thing. And what are your values? Like, what would you like? Would you like a career that's 9 to 5? Would you like something that gives you flexibility? What are the values that at the core, what is important for you? Is it financial stability? And this doesn't have to be a one-word answer. It can be a kind of whole mishmash of ingredients. And when you put this together, a thread will start emerging as to, what are the kind of avenues that are open for you. And I think talking about how these careers have evolved in the last, even 15 years and are going to continue evolving, I think there is so much scope. So depending on your permutation and combination of interests or skills or values, you can kind of come up with that what is yours path. And this doesn't have to be a fixed path. This can change as you grow, as your life as your life changes, your circumstance changes. This answer, your profile could change. And if we can kind of really, there's one notion we can kind of say is, we'd like to kind of stop, is the notion of alternate careers. So while 64 of you said that, you think a science graduate is a scientist, there is a wide variety, even among scientists, there are many flavors. Among science careers, there are many flavors. And all of these are equally valid, equally, main careers. So it's a career in science. It's not a career and, other careers. So to give you some avenues to start seeing what is the diversity in science careers that are available, I've been trying to put some links in the Q&A box as well. But we invite you to visit our website, indiabioscience.org. As you can see, this is something that, we are quite passionate about. We want to kind of provide a forum or platform for people to have this discussion. So we have articles, we have podcasts, we have webinars, we conduct, we have workshops, where we try to kind of give you a platform for kind of having this brainstorming, having this discussion, exposing yourself to various people, like a filmmaker, an entrepreneur, an astrophysicist, someone who is an entrepreneur and works in policy, all of these, bringing together these wonderful groups of people. So, do visit our website and have a look at these resources. And for the sake of time, we want to end by saying there are many ways you can do science. So doing science is not necessarily in a lab, in a white coat. Find your niche, find what excites you, find what gets you out of bed in the morning. And good luck with crafting your career in science. So I guess we are running a little beyond time, so we need to wrap up the session. So with that, a huge thank you to all of our panelists today. You brought your stories, such passion, such excitement to careers in science. It was so much fun even having the planning discussion for this session. So a big thank you, Shailaja, Aisha, Rajendra, and Varun. Thank you very much for having this conversation with us. Thank you to India Science Festival also for giving us the kind of platform to have this conversation at such a big level. Thank you all for all of you who joined in today's session. There were so many questions. We're sorry that we couldn't get to all of them, but do continue having this conversation with us at India Bioscience, with the panelists, and till you kind of reach a point of clarity. And so with that, thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say to wrap it up?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shantala, for the concluding note. Can I please request you to stop sharing your screen? And a big thank you to all the panelists for being a part of this session. It was an absolute pleasure listening to all of you. And here's hoping that this session has maybe ignited some spark or provided some sort of guidance to our attendees and encourage them to look at careers in science in different ways and not down the beaten path. So thank you so much to all of of our panelists, and a big thank you to India Bioscience for partnering with us at India Science Festival. And we really hope to host everybody again at the festival in an on-ground offline setting where we can interact with each other on a closer personal level. And here's hoping that we're able to celebrate science in a larger, in a better manner in the coming years. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. And now I would request the next session's speaker to kindly turn on their audio and video. And may I please request the interviewer for the next session to drop into. All right, a very good evening to all the attendees who have just stepped in. This is going to be IISER Book Talk. It's a fireside chat with Professor Rakesh Kumar, who's joining us all the way from UIUC, USA. This session is going to be moderated by Aishwarya Vishwamitra, who's a science communicator, and will be giving detailed introductions. This is an IISER Book Talk. And the session is titled Deciphering India's Complicated Relationship with Technology. Before we move into the session, maybe we could do a quick poll with our attendees to understand what they think about their relationship with technology. So I'm going to launch a very quick question. And I would love for our attendees to just tell us what they think. So this question just says, do you think you have a complicated relationship with technology? The first option is yes, it's definitely complicated. The second is no, I'm very clear in my mind. And the third answer is maybe, I'm not sure, I'm figuring it out. Obviously, these polls are anonymous and there's no right answer. We just want to know what you think. And it will be lovely to hear from our attendees. So maybe we just wait for a few more seconds for our audience to tell us what they think. And I'd like to tell our attendees, this is a fireside chat. You're free to put in your questions for the speaker in the Q&A tab. We'll be taking the audience questions towards the end of the session. Please do keep a lookout on the chat. We will be dropping links for the book that we're going to be talking about. And it's easily available on Amazon. You can go look it up. You can buy it online. And it's a wonderful read. So would encourage everyone to go have a look at it. So with that, I'm going to quickly end the poll and flash the results on all of your screens. So 44% of our attendees are not sure about their relationship with technology and are figuring it out. 29% feel that their relationship with technology is definitely complicated, whereas 27% feel that they're very clear in their mind. Very interesting numbers here. I'm just going to stop sharing and once again extend a very warm welcome to the speaker and the interviewer. Aishwarya, please take it ahead.
Hi, Shruti. Thank you so much. And hello and welcome to this event's fireside chat with Professor Rakesh Kumar. So as Shruti told us, it's a part of the Indian Science Festival, the India Science Festival 2022. My name is Aishwarya Vishwamitra, and I'm a master's student at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research Mohali, or IISER Mohali. I'm also the social media and web editor of the independent feminist multimedia collective, thelifeofscience.com. I am incredibly excited to host today's conversation with Professor Rakesh, who is the author of the book that will be the center of our discussion today, Reluctant Technophiles, India's Complicated Relationship with Technology, which is this book right here. A very quick introduction of Professor Rakesh. Professor Rakesh is a professor in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, with research and teaching interests in computer architecture and system-level design automation. His research in computer system design has pioneered technologies that are used widely today. Several of his papers have been recognized as the most influential papers in computer systems, and many of them have won Best Paper awards, which is not a surprise to me because this book is incredibly well written. He often writes about issues at the intersection of technology, policy, and society, as seen in the book Reluctant Technophiles, which was published last month, so it's relatively new. It was published in December 2021. This book was one of GQ's best Indian nonfiction books for 2021 and has received praise from prominent figures in the Indian tech space, including Narayan Murthy. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the discussion today, Professor Rakesh.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I'm glad to be here.
So I will kick our discussion off with a few questions about reluctant technophiles and your journey into understanding the intersection of technology, policy, and society, which is something that we all are starting to understand a little bit more and more as the as the quick poll told us. I request those watching to please use the Q&A box to send in questions and the chat box for comments. The ISF team will pass on the questions to me, and I will ask them towards the end of our discussion. To quickly provide a summary, Reluctant Technophiles, India's Complicated Relationship with Technology, the name of this book, sheds light on what technology can solve and what it can't. In this book, Professor Rakesh takes a critical look at technology's overlap with deep-rooted inequalities, disinformation, and corruption. What motivated you to write Reluctant Technophiles?
Thanks again, Aishwarya, for the introduction. Thank you all. So it's clear that technology is a big part of Indian life today. Even panwalas and rickshawalas use internet, cell phone, and Aadhaar card. At the same time, India has interesting and unique attitudes towards technology. These attitudes depend on the unique context that exists in India. Its history, its culture, its inequalities, and these attitudes have significant real-world ramifications. So all of this leads one to ask, how do technology and society impact each other? And that's what got me curious about thinking broadly about the interaction between technology, policy, and society. Another motivation just stemmed from my day job as a computer engineering professor. I routinely find myself evaluating different current and emerging technologies, their trade-offs, how they can impact society. However, these exercises tend to be inherently optimistic. They assume that technology can solve societal problems, and they often ignore human and social factors. Most importantly, they assume a Western socioeconomic context and do not reflect the reality that I grew up with or that I still see in India. So that further encouraged me to re-examine the benefits and challenges of technology in Indian context. Finally, I noticed that there are just several general interest books related to technology in India. However, these books either simply trace the historical evolution of technology in India or are narrowly focused on the state of technology in India today. And there's no book which focuses on the relationship which exists today between technology and Indian society. And my aim with Reluctant Technophiles is to fill this gap.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And something that you mentioned, which is definitely what this book takes a critical look at, is the optimistic view through which we keep looking at technology through, which is that it can solve all of our problems. We're trying to understand its impact on society and society's impact on technology. So is that the aim with which you went into writing this book?
Very, very much so. As I discuss in the book, there's any benefit of technology, depends strongly on the context that it exists in. Let's consider the example of education. If you ask technologists to address the problem of education, they'll come up with the $100 laptop or a $20 laptop. But as we've seen, and I discussed this in detail in my book, let's say you build a $20 laptop and then you give it to school children in rural India. And the first day, they're really happy. Now, let's say the next day, one of the laptops breaks. Now, somebody needs to be around in order to fix the laptop, else the laptops need to be shipped back to where they came from. If they break and it's difficult to fix them, then the teachers would now be very careful with distributing the laptops. Maybe they would want to put the laptops in the cupboards instead. And these may seem funny in some respect, but this actually happened. So India tried the Akash tablet, it tried computers, and people doing research on these, end user research on these, indeed found that even though these technologies were put in the hands of school children and rural schools, the usage was very limited because of the context. There was not enough infrastructure to deal with the broken laptops. There was not enough awareness about how to best use them. Even though these laptops existed and were internet enabled, there was not enough connectivity in the villages. So very much so, the benefits and the challenges of technology depend strongly on the context it exists in.
That's very well put, in that I have like two examples come to mind with what you said, two recent examples. The first, of course, being the pandemic, which really told us in the face of education, there's more missing than just internet connection. And even if internet connection is available, so as you mentioned, everybody seems to have a 4G cell phone right now, there are a lot of gaps that still need to be filled, especially in the world of education. And another example that comes to mind is the recent conversation about how global health crises in countries or in continents such as Africa, people are just sending expensive machinery or expensive testing, laboratory equipment, but not training the doctors on site how to use them. So that comes to mind with the discussion that you just told me. So during the pandemic book, so I know that you published your book during the time of the pandemic. Did you start writing it before the pandemic started, or did it take on a new turn towards?
I wish I could claim that I perfectly timed the book with the pandemic. It wasn't the case. I've been writing on issues related to technology policy society for many newspapers, magazines, both in India as well as here in the US for a few years now. And it just seemed that there was a common theme across what a lot of what I was saying. And so it was just time to put it together. The pandemic certainly helped in some respect in that we were all working from home, and at least first several months. I have an 8-year-old. I had to babysit him at home all day. So certainly gave me time to write the book.
I see, of course. So proceeding to the next question, which really ties into the lenses through which you talked about technology is viewed through. So in the book, you explain two lenses through which technology is looked at in the Indian subcontext: a means to bring prosperity and development, but also something that you really emphasize as a scapegoat. So like blaming WhatsApp for fueling communal riots instead of the underlying issue of discrimination that has been there for a very long time. Do you recall the first example of technology being used as a scapegoat that you personally witnessed or that made you think about it?
Right. So just to give more context to Ashura's question, essentially I have an entire chapter in the book. In fact, the first chapter of the book is called The Perfect Scapegoat, where I argue that we often scapegoat technology for things that go wrong in the country. I've been noticing scapegoating of technology both in India and elsewhere for some time now. One of the earliest ones I recall was from, right after the brazen Mumbai terror attacks of 2008. Those attacks should have raised very, very uncomfortable questions about the state of security, intelligence in a city, as big as Mumbai. But instead of asking a lot of those questions, we blamed BlackBerry and its end-to-end encryption for the attacks. For those of you who are far too young to know what BlackBerry is, they used to be phones built by this company called RIM. They were the first phones to support end-to-end encryption. And the reason why they got blamed is because government and the society thought that because of this end-to-end encryption, the intelligence agencies couldn't intercept the messages that were going around, and therefore there was no way for them to know that these attacks happened. So the end-to-end encryption was blamed for the attacks. The BlackBerry was forced to move its decryption servers to India. It was forced to share metadata about messages you sent on BlackBerry with the Indian authorities, etc. But didn't come too much. Didn't come too much because people simply moved to other platforms. Terror attacks continued, etc. So, but it told everybody that if you want to do business in India that's based on security and privacy, you'll have a problem because an entire might of the government can be brought to get you on these. And I thought that was a very, very negative development in that was a red herring. So stepping back, the point I'm making is something happened that required introspection, asking hard questions. Instead, we found a technology scapegoat, and then subsequently it has happened in many, many contexts. We We have blamed WhatsApp for lynchings. We have blamed encryption for other terrorist attacks. We have blamed mobile phones for sexual violence. We have blamed Facebook for disinformation and radicalization. And what I argue in the book is that this scapegoating is often inaccurate and unfair, because in most of these cases, the real reasons tend to be fundamental. For example, the real reasons are often the inherent social tensions, inherent geopolitical tensions, poor law and order, low trust in authorities, etc. I mean, to be fair, I mean, there are instances where the criticism is spot on. Criticism of technology is spot on, it's accurate and fair. But even in those contexts, you essentially have some very hard policy problems and governance problems to solve. I'll give you a specific example. So if the society decided what the right balance is between privacy and sovereignty, or convenience and harmony, society can communicate that to technologists, and it's trivially easy for a technologist to implement that policy into the technologies. The bigger challenge is that the society, and this is not true only for India, it's a hard problem in general. Societies have a tough time making up their mind about what's the right trade-off between privacy and sovereignty, convenience and harmony. So essentially, I think a lot of times the scapegoating is inaccurate and unfair. And even when it's accurate and fair, really there are hard societal policy governance problems to solve. And this is the reason why technology is such a frequent target, I think, is because I think there are a few reasons. One, I think, has to do with our history. I think we, because of our sort of socialist past, we have a deep distrust of industry, and inequality makes it just politically expedient to vilify industry. Similarly, technology industry is a soft target because the industry environment in India is highly regulated. So it's difficult to for technology industry to defend itself against these accusations because there could be repercussions. But I think the most important reason, and this is the uncomfortable claim I make, is that such targeting allows the political class and the society to create an illusion of progress. So progress at addressing deep-rooted problems without having to confront uncomfortable realities and address the hard questions about political decision-making, intelligence, and society. And I think this will have real-world implications. When you scapegoat technology or technology partners, it discourages investment, discourages innovation and risk-taking, and most importantly, it diverts attention and resources from the actually hard problems.
Absolutely. And something that you just touched upon, which was about sorry, completely forgot. It just disappeared from my mind. But it's not just about using technology as a scapegoat, but as you said, in the name of progress, sometimes in something you touched upon quite descriptively in your book, is about rewriting the technological past as well, where you have international forums and scientific organizations speaking about different parts of Indian history, where, for example, saying that the Mahabharata has examples of the first intro, IVF, and rewriting India's technological past in a way of seeming like we have made a lot more progress than it's actually true. Do you think this also stems from that same need to portray India as a technological hotspot?
So yeah, this in general, this trend of sort of pseudoscience and exaggerations, I think this is really a result of some increasingly visible contradictions. So by most measures, India has had a glorious technological past. Not a lot of people know, we invented sugar, metallurgy. India's had a glorious technological past, but I think by many measures, our present is very checkered. So due to multiple reasons, there are not many technologies, especially deep technologies, where in my opinion, we are world leaders or true innovators. And I think that this contradiction between past and present results in a bit of defensiveness. And I think to reconcile these contradictions, we romanticize fables, we exaggerate the past, and we accept and propagate pseudoscience. In fact, this defensiveness shows even in the way we celebrate jugaad and ad hocness. I mean, in my opinion, jugaad is a testament to how things have gone wrong. Instead of enjoying the productivity and income advantages of true technological innovations, people are resorting to workarounds simply to make a living. Similarly, I think superstitions and personal faith are just increasingly bleeding into the public and policy sphere, and once that starts happening, education and science cannot remain unaffected. All of this, can have real-world repercussions. So it can lead to attacks against modern science and technology. It can lead to complacency. It has impact on policy, and these kinds of impacts sometimes can be dangerous and often wasteful. And most importantly, it deters introspection and true innovation and progress.
Very true. And something else that you brought up in your previous answer was how we have a distrust of authority, which also bleeds into how we treat technology. And a very interesting part in your book, which it opened my eyes in many different ways, but this was one, was where you said that WhatsApp is often blamed for eliciting communal riots or communal tension. And not just that, when misinformation is propagated, for example, saying that these people are in your neighborhood, you should watch out for them, and people take it into their own hands to go out and to incite communal violence instead of trusting the authorities to be the one to do that, or the ones to keep neighborhoods safe. This distrust in authority, do you see this improving as time passes, or is this something that you've just seen increasing with more and more forms of technology?
I think these are so first, as a technologist, I think what technologies do is amplify the biases that exist in society. Technologies don't create biases. And so, so the trust within society and how that evolves, I think, is a complex sort of problem, and one shouldn't be looking at technologies in order to address those essentially hard social problems. Or in fact, let me broaden this out a bit. In general, I think we should guard against technological utopianism. Many believe that technology cures all ills, especially in policy circles. We routinely attempt to address social, cultural, economic, and political problems using technology. The reality is that technology often does not more than make a dent when it comes to literacy, corruption, inequity, etc. And the reason is that the effectiveness of technology is often blunted by socioeconomic ground realities. Also, these realities may not change simply with application of technology.
Very true.
Deep-rooted societal problems such as inequality or patriarchy, sexism, corruption, they also determine who has access to technology and therefore who can benefit from the opportunities any such access enables.
Correct.
A focus on solving problems with technology also actually warps how we think about problems. So to a technologist, everything seems like a problem of waste and inefficiency. But this shoehorning just prevents a holistic examination of the nature and magnitude of the target problem. So again, I'll say that this utopianism has real world implications because it diverts attention and resources from potentially more effective, meaningful solutions.
Yes, and that really leads into my next question. So you say in your book, it is certainly easier to blame smartphones and the internet for crimes against women than to address deep-rooted prejudices against women in the society. We often find that everything and everyone is blamed instead of the one committing the act of violence. However, gendered violence certainly predates internet usage, as you say in your book, and has continued since. Do you think that that technology can be a part of the solution, not necessarily the solution itself, perhaps through social media spreading the word of consent? Or will technology continue to be the scapegoat in this because it's just something that's easier to do?
Thank you for such a great question. I think that I do think that technology has a positive role to play. Using technology to teach about consent and healthy relationships would be useful. Use of technology for reducing friction to education, resources, and opportunities may reduce the power imbalance that is often behind gendered violence. Using technology to analyze data can help create targeted interventions. That may be helpful. Using technology to make online spaces safe and providing greater control over data privacy. That may be helpful. Using data analytics to detect and prevent trafficking could be useful. Technology can also provide online platforms to help with healing, justice, and social change. Also, just removing gender bias in AI algorithms may be useful. In fact, just last night I was reading this news article on how Siri and Alexa they're all females, and how researchers have discovered the ways they respond to certain commands. So there is so much gender bias there. First, they all being subservient females. Second, the kinds of responses that have been programmed in. I was just shocked at when you say certain things. So clearly there are, as we interact more and more with technology, the interface, I think there is an opportunity for designing interfaces that directly or indirectly teaches people about consent and healthy relationships and detecting, avoiding gender biases, and all of that may have a role to play. I will say, however, that again, technology is only a component in the solution chain. We should really avoid technology-based solutions to hard problems, and this one is a hard problem. My limited understanding of this problem is that a big reason is the power imbalance, and that's a fundamental societal problem, and that needs more than technology-based solution to address.
Very true, very true. So the next question is something that has become very important to me. So I'm a student at IISER Mohali, and in your book, you speak about the institutionalization of pseudoscience, and you did touch upon it in our discussion earlier. And you give examples of IISERs Conference on Astrology and the DBT, CSIR, and IIT Delhi collaboration to study Panchagavya. And of course, during the pandemic, we have seen pseudoscience flying everywhere. As a science student at an IISER, I presume that academicians would be able to distinguish between pseudoscience and science, or at the very least, not conduct research on it, like what's being done with respect to Panchagavya or cows becoming a part of syllabuses. I do, however, understand the decreasing funding and increased surveillance on scientific research in India. My question is, why do you think pseudoscience has begun featuring in science? And what are the repercussions of this trend?
Yeah, so I think I don't have much more to add beyond what I said in the context of a different question. I think there are two reasons why there is this trend happening. One is that disconnect, right? When you have some ethno-nationalism, where understandably people want to feel proud about their accomplishments, their society, their history, and when you observe a disconnect between the accomplishments of the past and the checkeredness of the present, it leads to a set a defensiveness that where it's natural for people to want to create fables and fabricate past and glorify things. And because introspection is a much harder thing to do.
Right.
And second, again, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, education, science, they are all parts of a society, and what happens in the society gets reflected within those parts. So as certain ideas which used to be limited within homes and communities and didn't used to bleed over into policy, when that starts happening, things bleeding into policy and public and governance, then there's no, education and science aren't disconnected from society. So naturally that will creep in into education and science sphere as well. And the repercussions, as I mentioned, is it's in my opinion, it's dangerous. It's dangerous because as long as so one is just the wastefulness of it. So let's say you have $1 to spend or a rupee to spend. It's a resource. So there were unlimited resources. Then you could promote many different things. Let 1,000 flowers bloom, and the one that blooms the most, people go after it, right? But societies are resource constrained. So when you have resource constraint, you have to allocate those constrained resources. And there, if you let pseudoscience or some faith-based schemes bleed into public sphere, it leads to inefficient allocation of resources. Even beyond inefficiency, sometimes it's dangerous, especially when you consider fields such as healthcare, and if you if you make decisions that are not evidence-based, that could have literally dangerous repercussions. So I think we all need to be very, very careful with, and we should try to protect the education and science spheres from anything that's not evidence-based.
Yes, and as a science student, where I often feel like we're completely disconnected from the societal implications of science, or how they both play into each other, just in the kind of syllabus that we have. And of course, the kind of subjects that we're taught. When we're taught microbiology, we aren't taught about microbiology's, the practical role of it in society, or vice versa. And I'm fortunate in the sense that my institute, IISER Mohali, has a very strong humanities department. So we have courses like Science and Society. In your experience, have you seen these courses becoming more and more important and or featuring in more and more institutes?
So even though I'm personally interested in interaction between technology, policy, and science, I think we shouldn't. I think that awareness is important, but at the same time, I have a very idealistic view of idealistic, or you could even say naive view of research and researchers. I think that especially the basic researchers shouldn't be burdened with societal issues, other than the ethical issues that their research may raise. They should work on the problems that they find the most interesting, or where they think they can contribute the most. In fact, they shouldn't even be burdened with the question of how useful or practical their research is. On the other hand, if you are an applied researcher, then you should look carefully and critically at the potential impact of your work. However, even for them, their problem selection should be guided first and foremost by their interest in the problem and whether they can make an impact. But selecting problems that are tied to some clear societal need helps with sustaining motivation as well as external support. Now, I know I didn't answer your question directly, and but the reason I started this way is that we all have a limited sort of cognitive bandwidth, and the question is, when it comes to protecting science from, let's say, something that's not evidence-based, or when it comes to making the right allocations, or when it comes to, there is a question to be asked: should all of this be done at the responsibility of the researchers, or should it be done at the responsibility of the science administrators, education administrators, maybe policymakers, maybe people in the government? And that's where my bias is towards having these issues be dealt at the level of administration and above, because I think our students and our researchers, I think they should really aim to promote advanced science and have the administration and the policymakers and the governance ensure that the infrastructure exists where true science or true technology is being promoted, and undue or nefarious or malicious interactions are avoided, and the researchers are protected from them.
Right, and that really leads into what almost your entire last chapter is about, which is that the government really needs to focus on facilitation along, not just with funding. So you did say that the final chapter of your book looks at the importance of funding in the technology-based R&D, and that once again, the government's focus should be more on facilitation than funding. Could you tell me a little bit more about this thought?
Yeah, so I do think that the focus of government should be more on facilitation as opposed to direct funding, because I believe that government R&D funding has had limited effectiveness in Indian context in terms of directly promoting economy stimulating technology innovation. And I think there are two key reasons. So first, as a developing country, it is the indirect factors, not the extent of government funding, that prevents technology development and economic growth. For example, poor infrastructure, education, health, they limit broader engagement in R&D. Weak protection of intellectual property rights, that discourages risk-taking. Researchers and innovators cannot be trained, mentored, and supported at scale due to sort of nascent and limited innovation ecosystems. That limits R&D. So can you do more research using government funding? Of course, but when you look at the big picture, I think the biggest limitations in my mind are not government funding, but rather these indirect factors that are very basic. Second, government research funds are mostly allocated ineffectively in my mind. Countries, including India, they increasingly allocate their research funds to applied science and technology rather than funding basic research. The underlying assumption is that applied research could lead to technologies which could then be commercialized, spurring economic activity, which in turn would both justify the funding and benefit the nation. The problem with this big assumption is that there is little evidence, in India or anywhere else in the world, that a government can predict what technology will be commercially successful. So this focus on applied research, I think, is misguided. In my opinion, the government should primarily focus on funding basic research, since government funding can sustain, only government funding can sustain such research. Private enterprise won't have appetite for funding basic research. Second, the government should consider funding a select number of moonshots or prestige projects. Such projects enhance pride and national identity.
Yes.
If applied research must be funded, then government should consider specifying only desired research outcomes, not approaches. This will allow market forces to determine the best approach. Also, since it's mostly winners who take all, one goal for R&D funding should be to focus on a small number of areas instead of dispersing resources widely. So in general, the reason I say that government's focus should be more on facilitation than funding is that markers for health, education, and infrastructure, they need to be improved for improved R&D. Entrepreneurship needs to be encouraged and taught as a skill for improved R&D. Intellectual property rights, which are fairly weak in India, they need to be strengthened for improved R&D. And finally, the private sector needs to be incentivized to take risks and invest more into R&D. I mean, I don't know if you know that only a third of overall research investment in India is private. But if you look at countries such as US, so in US, 2/3 of R&D investment is private. And in China, a lot of people think of China as, oh, government is, is funding everything. In China, the private sector accounts for almost 9/10 of the overall R&D investment. So I really do think that government should focus on some of these indirect factors, and I think that may be the most effective way of using the resources that we have.
Thank you for your detailed answer. And just to those who are watching today, this is just a minute part of what Professor Rakesh speaks about in his book. He really goes into detail of every single problem that he outlined. And each chapter of this book has a particular problem and solution, and really looks into our relationship with technology. So as a researcher and professor, how often does the impact of your research factor into what you do, especially with respect to the real issues that your book discuss? And I'm asking this question because there are a lot of young researchers and young academicians who are watching this. What would your take-home message for them be?
So I'll make a distinction between researchers and educators.
Okay.
And even among researchers, I'll make a distinction between the basic researchers and applied researchers. I think that, as I mentioned earlier, I think basic researchers should be unburdened with the societal implications. I think they should work on problems that are hard, problems that are interesting, modulo the ethical issues. Applied researchers, on the other hand, they should indeed carefully look at societal implications. I certainly try to do that when I do my work, and it's doesn't even have to be because of some principle you hold. It's also just very practical. If you're working on applied research, then tying it to some real world problem just helps you with getting visibility and external support. Educators, I treat differently. I consider that educators have a very, very different responsibility, and their responsibility is nation and society building. I think educators should be acutely aware of the needs of the society and work in their own way at addressing the needs. For example, inculcating critical thinking, scientific temper, restlessness. I think all of that is critical. Being tuned to the science and technology needs of industry and nation is important. Lessening inequity in access to high quality education across different socioeconomic classes and regions is important. Ensuring scale that reduces the education supply and demand gap, I think that's important. I talk about these and many more challenges in the book, and also some possible paths forward.
Thank you. And we'll be moving to the audience question and answers. And there have been a few coming into my direct messages. And there's one that is a two-part question. So I'll start with the second, which is, the person is curious to know about the kind of research that went behind writing this book. What resources did you tap into, and whom did you interview?
Right. So, the great thing about the subject is that a lot of people have been thinking about some of these problems, and there's a lot of publicly available data, research papers that explore many of these problems. So the book is not essentially a collection of opinions. What the book does is cites papers, cites public documents, presents a lot of data, and then uses that data in order to draw insights and then ultimately opinions. So the book is very data driven, and for any of these points that I raised, or the discussion points we've been considering, you'll find a lot of data in the book, and of course, in many cases, people can use the same data to form different conclusions. And I certainly welcome you to look at the data in the book that's drawn from, in my opinion, very credible sources. And in some cases, you may agree with some of the opinions and conclusions I have, and on the case you may draw different conclusions. And I think that's that'll serve my purpose. In fact, I think a lot of these questions being raised are complicated questions, and they don't have cookie cutter answers or solutions. In fact, that's one of the big points I make, that we should avoid solutionism, where we try to map hard social economic problems into these nice bins of waste, nice bins of efficiency, nice bins of optimization problems. And especially technologists have a habit of doing this, sometimes even scientists, because we know we are trained to solve optimization problems. We are trained to address inefficiency. We are trained to address waste. But really, we should be looking at things more holistically, and a lot of data suggests that we should be looking at things more holistically.
Thank you. Yes. And what I was showing the audience is that every page has citations at the bottom of the page, which of course help with further reading, and also with just understanding where all the information came from, which also answers a couple of the questions of, what can students start reading first after this book, of course, is going to the further readings through the citations. And this one particular question that I should have thought to ask, and I really like this: why did you call the book Reluctant Technophiles?
Yeah, when I step back and think about the different issues being discussed, one thing that sticks out at me is how at one end there's this very interesting paradox that we have. At one end, we are just heavily into technology, right? I mean, I was in India 2 weeks back, and every billboard is about some product that in some sense is priding itself on some new technology. We are heavy users, right? I mean, just look at the mobile phone penetration. Just look at how we are using technology-based solutions or platforms for nearly everything, especially when it comes to policy and governance. So clearly, we are technophiles in that respect. On the other hand, when you look at some of our attitudes towards technology, it's not clear if we love it as much as we say we do, because anytime we have some of these challenges, I mentioned a few examples with disinformation, with gendered violence, with some of the terrorism issues. We just throw technology under the bus. The first thing that happens is somebody will summon some CEO of some tech company and blame them for what happened. Right. Not only that, if you just look at so there's a chapter that I have called the cavalier attitude. When you look at the different policy decisions that we have made over time, technology-related policy decisions, it's not clear that we love technology as much as we do. Because we've consistently made decisions that, in my opinion, stymie the growth of different technologies. I'll give some concrete examples. India is nowhere in robotics. India is nowhere in autonomy. India is nowhere in quantum computing. India is nowhere, in my opinion, in terms of some of the deep technologies that I think will shape the future. And in many cases, it's not because of the scientists or the technologists or researchers. I mean, it's obvious. I don't have to say this. We have brilliant ones, right? Or institutions. We have wonderful ones, but it's because of the policies that have been made over time. So that's why I call the book Reluctant Technophiles, because at some level we are technophiles. We love technology, On the other hand, our attitudes, decisions, policies often has been characterized by reluctance to fully embrace it.
Yes, very much so. And what do you think are the role of platforms like the India Science Fair, ISF, in continuing conversations like this?
I think this is wonderful. The first time I learned about Indian Science Fair, I couldn't tell you how happy I was that something like this is being done. I think we need conversations. If there's one takeaway from the book, it is how complicated issues are, and when issues are complicated, you need to talk. And in order to reach people, you need platforms such as Indian Science Fair. So I'm just so incredibly happy that we have platforms such as Indian Science Fair that allow us to have these kinds of conversations.
I'm glad, and I'm sure that the conversations that we had today and to the people watching are going to be the kind of conversations that they'll take back home and continue to think about. Because throughout my reading process of this book, I would go up to my parents and I'd tell them, did you know this, or were you aware of this, or was this some experience that you thought of? Because it really prompts you to think about how we think about technology, which is what we use every single day. And there's so many different layers to it that I think I'll constantly be learning about, but at least this has started my learning process. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for coming to this event and the India Science Festival in general.
Thank you again, Aishwarya, and thank you all. And I hope rest of the festival is as exciting, as stimulating as it has been. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Thank you so much, Rakesh. It was such a pleasure listening to this conversation, and I'm really sure that it has encouraged our attendees to think a little deeper about how we look at technology. And here's hoping that our attendees have had a good look at the chat. We've been posting the links for the book. We've received some questions about the availability of the book, and we're posting the links. The book is easily available on Amazon. And you are free to check it out. It's accessible on the chat right now. And I'd request the moderators of the session to drop in the link once again for our attendees. Thank you so much, Rakesh. Such a pleasure to host you at India Science Festival. And here's hoping that we get to host you in an offline, on-ground setting next year where you can interact with our attendees on a closer quarter. We would love to host you once again. Thank you for taking the time out.
Thank you, Shruti. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Aishwarya. Couldn't have asked for anyone better to moderate this session. You did a fantastic job, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you for sticking by. Now it's 2 minutes to 7 o'clock, and we're very, very excited for the next session too. But before we go ahead, I'd just like to request you all to stick by for a few more minutes. Now, the thing is that at 7 o'clock, from 7 to 8, we have had a little bit of reshuffling of our events, and we are hosting the final talks of our competitions, Talk Your Thesis. We have 2 of our finalists who are going to be speaking at the festival. And let me tell you a little bit about this competition. Now, Talk Your Thesis is one of our flagship events in which we encourage MS and PhD students to explain their thesis in 10 minutes. So essentially, their talk will give you a very quick snapshot of the kind of research that they're doing. And through a very, very rigorous process of shortlisting and mentoring, we have shortlisted our top 5 finalists. Now, how did we go about the process? We launched a call of applications somewhere in June, July last year, and we encouraged a lot of MS PhD students to send in their entries. We shortlisted the top 10 entries internally, and these were sent to our panel of judges. The panel of judges further gives markings, and we had our top 5 finalists with us. Now, these are entries that have come over from all across the globe. And the best part is, of course, that the top 5 finalists get mentored on how they can improve their presentation and their speaking skills in order for a non-specialist audience to comprehend their research better. So the whole idea of the festival is to make science accessible for all, right? And the idea of providing mentorship to our Tokyo thesis finalists is that they're able to simplify science for non-specialist audiences. So now, in today's session, we are going to have the first half hour from 7 to 7:30. We're going to have 2 finalists speak about their research. Then from 7:30 to 8, we are going to have the finalists of Spin Your Science, which is our flagship science fiction writing competition. The finalists of this round are going to be narrating their stories and poems. And I think it's an amazing idea to just stick by and hear them out, because their stories are fascinating and they'll help us deep dive into the world of science fiction and imagination, and it's going to be really fantastic. And while I just wait for our first participant to join in, may I please request you all to answer this very quick poll that launching on your screen. We would love to get to know a little more about our attendees, and it'll be great if you could tell us a little about yourselves. I'm just going to have 3 questions up for you. The first is, can you tell us a little about yourself? The second question is, what background do you best identify with? And the third is, have you attended any of our events in the previous years? If you could please tell us, we would love to know. Also, I'm very excited to share with you all that at 8 o'clock today, 8 p.m. IST, we are going to have a fantastic session on the future of automated robots. And it's not going to be just a talk. We are going to have the speaker give us a live demonstration from their labs on humanoid robots. We are going to see dual arm robots. We are going to see the quadruped robot in their lab. So it's going to be really amazing. And this is a great opportunity for everybody to have a good look at how research in a robotics lab looks like. And of course, we're going to have a close interaction meeting in which we'll get to quiz the researcher on a very close quarter. And I would request everybody to stick by for that session too, because it's going to be amazing. You get to hear about the latest in AI and robotics, so do stick by. And with that, I'm just going to quickly invite our Tokyo thesis finalists to please switch on their audio and video. Arunita, if you're here, can you please turn on your audio and video? All right, fantastic. Okay, hi Arunita, how are you doing? No, we can't hear you. Let me ask to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Sorry, I actually just had a power cut, so that's why I had to fix it up a little bit. Yeah.
No worries at all. Are you all set for your final talk?
Yeah, I'm not able to hear you very clearly. Is my voice clear?
Your voice is clear. Yeah, we can hear you fine. So can I please request you to start sharing your screen?
Okay, yeah. Will you just give me a minute? I want to keep a time track myself as well.
Sure.
Because,
no worries at all. Yeah, take your time.
should I share? Yeah.
Go for it. All right.
Yeah, it's full screen, right?
Let's start, Arunita. Your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I am Arunita. I am a recent graduate of the Dog Lab, IISER, Kolkata. This is my short talk. It's a gist of my dissertation work, which was a pattern analysis study on free-ranging dogs of India. I call this talk Perfecting the Guessing Game. Now, the context of my study is urban ecology here. Urban ecology of India, where in cities, villages, any sporadic human settlements, dogs are everywhere. And they are also a species that we very closely interact with. Dog-human interactions are a very commonplace thing in a setup like India. And my objective here with this study was to understand underlying patterns in the behavior of these street dogs, which we see the whole time on the streets here. My study outlines, or at least attempts to outline, the route from information to prediction, so that we can possibly make probability-based predictions and design behavioral predictors for these animals which we so closely interact with. Most of my PhD life was spent in front of a computer, tracking down these patterns, trying to make sense of what is a mere coincidence and what has got a reason behind it. And what I was essentially trying to do through my study was to understand how a dog thinks. So I will now briefly take you through the chapters of my thesis. Now, I firstly began with deconstructing behavioral patterns, measuring activity levels, so resting times, foraging times, mating seasons, when these activities peak for each of these behaviors, at what times do we see certain behavioral displays. So this composed my first chapter, which was the natural history chapter. Now, it is well known that behavior is a non-verbal communication scheme. So when we are talking of gestures or we are talking of body postures, it's communicating information, and we see many kinds of these gestural non-verbal communication through behavior in multiple animal species. So that brought me to the next chapter, which was patterns and parallels. And I was looking for parallels with human languages, which is our most primary way of communicating with each other. Now, as soon as we talk about parallels between language and behavior, and we are trying to see what similarities exist and what are the differences, something that was very stark was syntax. So by syntax, what I mean is grammar. Now, grammar is something which is very intrinsic to any kind of communication system, whether it's languages or vocal language, or even if it is gestural communication, we do see evidence of syntax there, of grammar, which brings me to my third chapter, which is behavioral grammar, where I tried to decipher if there were language-like syntactic structures, grammatical structures within behavior. Now, behavior is not really a language. Animals lack language in an anthropomorphic sense, but there's this cognitive ability of number sense, which varies with presence and absence of language. So systems which do not have a proper language, many animal systems, some tribal groups, they do not count, they weigh. And this was something I used as a cognitive test, which brings me to my fourth chapter here, which was expression of number sense. So now going into the methods that I used for my study, very simplistic methods and minimal methods, observational notes, snapshots, video recordings, analyzing these videos, pausing them, looking at them multiple times, getting information from them, and a few experimental trials for the last chapter, which was a food choice test. For all of these recordings that I was doing or information that I was collecting, I would traverse a random road, and every time I would see a dog, I would note down the date, time, location, and the behavioral display of that dog at that instance. So all of this gave me quite some amount of data, and eventually I was able to put together a time activity budget of sorts. which is basically how the activity levels vary for these dogs throughout the day, and how do they spend their day. So what is the proportion in which they are dividing their day. And this is basically what we call as a time activity budget in behavioral studies. The next thing was patterns, and here's a very interesting thing that you see. You see on the right, you see a graph with red and blue dots forming a pattern. The red dots are all the words from Romeo and Juliet, and the blue dots are all the proteins, protein domains specifically, protein structures present in an yeast. And they form this rectangular hyperbola curve. And there's my graph on the left side of the screen, where dog behavior, when each behavior is treated, say, as a word in a language, forms the same graph. We call these power law distributions, and getting to know the mathematical trend of the patterns that we were seeing really helped to understand how it could be modeled further. So, fun fact, a bunch of other things follow power law distributions, and it's a really interesting category of distributions to study and analyze. There are fractal trends as well in these distributions, and I did see a few in my studies as well. Okay, now coming to grammar, where I had 10-minute videos, and I would pause them every 5 seconds and take down the behavior which it showed at that instance. It gave me a behavioral network of sorts. So this is all connections. The network that you see on the left is all connections that each behavior has with others. So each dot is a behavior. What is happening after it? It goes, there's one connection. The one happening after that is the next line of grammar, and then there's the next one. It's basically like a social network that we see on Facebook. So if you stalk somebody on Facebook, you can find out their close friends circle. So that is essentially what I was doing. I was trying to find out that if this is the behavior that I'm seeing, what are the other associated behaviors which I might just see after this or see just after that. And lastly, we had to check for cognition. So we gave these dogs a food choice test with biscuit combinations and pieces of chicken salami combinations. And what we found was they really do weigh, and they don't really count. I'm not going into the details of this study, but it did prove as a test that behavior is not language, but it is like languages, and it can be modeled like languages. So now we had activity levels, we had the patterns, we had the grammar of behavior, and we did a test to see how it affects their daily life. All we had to do is put this together, and that is when information theory comes in. And I did not, of course, continue into the theoretical aspect of this, but being a behavioral biologist, my study brings it to a point where we can use this information to build AI-powered behavioral predictors for dogs, for a system that we so closely associate with. Essentially, what I mean is that if we know the activity levels of these animals over the day, we know the frequency distribution, we know the sequence in which these behaviors are occurring, we can use this to predict, say, what a sleeping dog would be doing next, or at this time of the day, what a barking dog would be doing next. The elegance of the study is that it can be replicated on any model system, but even from a very dog behavior perspective, it provides a very strong baseline for behavioral research in dogs. We can measure levels of any specific behavior. When do we see more of this? When do we see more of a different behavior? We can even plan behavioral research with a dog's routine in mind. We can customize it for sterilized and non-sterilized animals. When I measured the activity levels and figured out the proportion of time these dogs spend in different behaviors, I checked it for both sterilized and non-sterilized animals. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Given that this is a model system which is so close to us, it makes sense to try it out with this model system. There are pets, there are children playing with dogs in the streets, people giving them food. Now, because this is a presentation about my thesis, this is a list of the manuscripts and publications from this, and that's it. Thank you. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Oindita Bhadra, who is my supervisor, and Jitin, who was my mentor for the talk.
so much, Arunita. That was fantastic. I'm actually really impressed to see the change in the talk title also. I mean, I think it's been quite an interesting curve since the time you put in your first video till the time you presented here. I think there's been
the title is same actually. There's a lot of change in the content.
Title was different from what I saw.
No, it was a long title. This was the short title.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So the first title was Distribution Patterns in the General Behavioral Repertoire.
Oh, no, that's my thesis topic. It came up on the posters I saw, but the video head was this. I mean, I didn't submit this as a separate title. Anyway, yeah, thank you.
Very interesting. I think the talk title further was highly simplified, made a lot of sense. Okay. And wonderful job. And here's hoping the best candidate wins. Thank you so much. You. And I'd request you to stop sharing your screen now.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm unable to find there. Sorry.
All right. Thanks so much, Arunita. And we'll be in touch with whatever happens in the coming weeks, right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for your time.
Bye.
All right, that was the first finalist for Talk Your Thesis. And like I promised, we are going to have the next finalist coming in to present their thesis in 10 minutes. So can I please invite Praveen to turn on their video and audio and speak to our audiences. Hi, Praveen, how are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing well, ma'am.
Great. Are you ready to present?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Great. Can you please share your screen so that we can do a quick test?
Sure.
Do you want to just go full screen?
Yes.
So we can see your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible. It's great. And what we'll do is we'll set up a timer and we will listen to your talk for 10 minutes and all the very best.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn off my video now and your time starts now. Go for it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Praveen Kumar. I'm here to present my thesis work on pancreatic islet. The simplified topic for today's talk is regional variation of human pancreatic islet dimension and its impact on beta cell in Indian population. Before moving into the topic, first let me explain what is the pancreatic islet is. These are the group of cells which is scattered in the pancreas. These islets contain different cell type like alpha, beta, delta and epsilon cells, in which this beta cell is more important because this cell will secrete the hormone known as insulin, which is the hormone responsible for glycemic control in our body, that is the glucose metabolism. So if there is any deficiency or abnormality in this beta cell or insulin will lead to diabetes mellitus. So the purpose of this study is to find why Indians are more susceptible to diabetes mellitus. You must be thinking, are we more susceptible? Yes, actually we are more susceptible to diabetes mellitus than other population because we are having the long-standing concept that increase in BMI, that is nothing but body mass index, that is the obesity, leads to diabetes mellitus. Okay, but we South Asian population, especially the Indian population, are more susceptible to diabetes mellitus in spite of having the lower BMI, that is the lower weight for our height. That's why even WHO has given the different set of range for our BMI to label us overweight or obese when compared with the non-Asian population. So even though we are more susceptible for diabetes, to the best of our knowledge, there is very little study which is done on human pancreas to measure how much islets are there or beta cells are there in the Indian population. So the rationale behind the study is the better understanding of islet and beta cell morphology and distribution in the pancreas of non-diabetic Indian population will give insight into the increased susceptibility of Indian toward diabetes mellitus. So moving to the methodology, we have collected total of 33 adult human pancreas, mostly from the cases of road traffic accident. Okay, this is in the postmortem. So after death, we have collected during the autopsy, mostly from the road traffic accident, so that there won't be any chronic disease in them, which will affect the result of this study. So this is a specimen of single pancreas, which is collected freshly from the autopsy with the surrounding tissue. After removing the surrounding tissue, we have divided into head, body, and tail. These are the parts of the pancreas. So from which we have taken the complete coronal and transverse section. Anyway, we have to view it under the microscope. So for that, we need small pieces. So we have divided into many sub-block. Finally, all these sub-block are transferred into the well-labeled cassette. Okay, so head, body, tail, like that, completely we have transferred. So roughly 40 blocks per pancreas will be there. So like that, we are having the 33. So the cassettes will be huge. These cassettes will be processed in the several chemicals. Finally, it will be visualized under the microscope by using of some stains. So firstly, we have stained with the hematoxylin and eosin stain. So this is the common stain which we are using for almost all the tissue in the medical field. Here we can able to see the tissue architecture clearly. This is important in my study because pancreas is the organ which goes for autolysis. That means disintegration very soon after the death. So once we collected the pancreas, we need to segregate the good one from the autolyzed. Autolyzed means it is already degraded, so no point in proceeding with these pancreases. So after excluding the pancreas which having the autolytic changes, 20 good specimens were subjected to the immunohistochemical staining, which is nothing but the stain which will identify the specific cell type in the tissue based on the antigen antibody reaction. Okay, so we have used two different antibody to identify the beta cells and the islets. Okay, this is an anti-insulin antibody to identify beta cell. This is an anti-synaptophysin antibody to identify the islets. So like that, see, this is the picture I have already shown. From this one block, this is the whole slide image we have obtained after staining. So likewise, around 1600 slides we have collected over the 20 pancreas. So all those are difficult to analyze in the manually. So we have used the image analysis software. Here, these brown color are the islets or beta cell, depending on the antibody which we are using. And the background, the blue is the exocrine part of the pancreas. So by using the image analysis software, we have filtered the tissue area from the image, and also we have filtered the islet or beta cell area. So finally, by using these formulas, we have come to the total islet or beta cell area proportion. Okay, what is the percentage of islet cell or beta cell in a particular block or pancreas? So I will discuss the result and discussion together for better understanding. This is the mean age and BMI of the individual. Okay, so the BMI is within the normal range as per the WHO cutoff, so it won't alter the disease result of this study. First, we will see the regional variation of islet and beta cell. That means how the islets and beta cell is dispersed into the pancreas. So if we see the islet and beta cell, both are increased in the tail region when compared with the head and body, which is statistically significant also. But when we compare the same thing with the existing data in the literature, that is from the American population, there is no Indian data. So when we compare with that, we found that there is 13 to 37% decrease in total islet area. That means we are having less islet in head and tail region. But surprisingly, we found that beta cell is more when compared with the American population. This is because if we see the beta cell percentage, that means this is, for example, if you take a group of islet, that is a single islet, in that group of cells are there, for example, 100 cell, out of which in American population 55 are beta cell, but in Indian population it's roughly 62, so it's more, so it leads to more beta cell. So you must be thinking more beta cell may be more beneficial, but it is not. We'll see in the upcoming slide. Next, we will move on to the regional variation of islet size. Okay, so before that, I will introduce the importance of islet size. Smaller islet is size less than 50 micron in diameter. Okay, so in which beta cell is present in the center and periphery there is alpha cell. So more amount of beta cell will be there and less alpha cell will be there in smaller islet. If we see the larger islet, in larger islet, there will be actually less beta when compared with the smaller islet, but alpha cell will be more, and which is intermingled in arrangement. There is no orderly intermingled arrangement. Because of this intermingled arrangement, beta cells of larger islet can able to secrete more insulin via paracrine effect. Okay, so alpha cell will stimulate the beta cell to secrete more. So now see the average dimension, tail is having more diameter of the islet, larger islet. If we see the proportion of larger islet, what is the percentage of smaller and larger islet? If we see, tail is having the maximum of 28% of larger islet. When we compare the same, this islet proportion with the American population, again we found there is a significant reduction. That means we are having more amount of smaller islet, not the larger islet. So smaller islet ultimately leads to more amount of beta cell, but which will be lacking the paracrine effect to secrete the insulin. So already studies in American population reported that preferential loss of larger islet in type 2 diabetes pancreas. So this is correlating with the present study. So coming to the conclusion and take home message, the islets of the tail region of the pancreas are more numerous and comparatively larger in diameter. So larger islets are predominantly located in the tail region. This reduction in the proportion of larger islets, that means we are having more amount of smaller islet. Because of this smaller islet having more beta cell, that's why in the result we have seen there is more amount of beta cell in our present study. This beta cell lacks the paracrine effect, that means lacks the stimulus from the alpha cell, because smaller islet lacks the intermingled architecture. So because of that, there is decreased insulin secretion. So probably this will be the one of the reason why we are more prone for diabetes. So further we are working on the diabetic pancreas to validate this finding. So how it is differing in the case of diabetes and non-diabetic in Indian population itself. So here I have published the detailed result. You can go through it. So I thank my co-guides and in the Department of AIIMS Bhubaneswar and also in Trichy SRM where I am currently working. Thank you everyone. Thank you for the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Praveen. That was very, very interesting. And I must ask you, while we wait for the next participant to join in, I would like to ask you, what encouraged you to pursue this particular field of study?
Actually, I want to do something on diabetes. Actually, I have done MD Anatomy in AIIMS Bhubaneswar. So where the histology lab I was having. So I want to do something on diabetes. So we are more towards the basic science, not in the clinical aspect. So we have picked the pancreas as a area of interest. In that, I have worked on endocrine. That is the pancreatic islet just now have explained. So in future, I can able to take it to the next step to see what is the mechanism behind the secretion, everything. So throughout my life, I want to continue the work on pancreatic islet. That's why I have taken this.
It's very interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, Praveen. And here's hoping that the best candidate wins. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope the process was interesting for you. I hope you had a good time from the time you submitted your video to the time you presented live at ISF. I hope it's been an enriching experience for you. And with I will request the next participant to come in, and thank you once again, Praveen, for taking the time out.
Thank you.
Presenting your talk. See you. Bye-bye. All right, Kunal, good evening and thank you for joining in. Kunal is one of our finalists for our flagship science fiction writing competition, Spin Your Science, and has volunteered to read out his entry live at India Science Festival. This was an optional clause in the in what we had told all of our participants, that they are free to read out their poem or their story at the festival, and Kunal has decided to do so. So Kunal, maybe you could turn on your mic and tell me before we start with your reading. So if you could tell our audience members what interests you about science fiction.
Yeah, Shruti, thanks for that. First and foremost, I don't know how I'm going to follow up those two excellent presentations that were made. I mean, fiction sometimes, truth is stranger than fiction, and the work that they really presented was much better than I could ever write about. But to answer your question directly, science fiction always pushes the boundary of what is possible. That's one. And number two is that it always reflects on what we take for granted in the current environment and everything else. So like it's been quoted very often. Magic is nothing but an advanced form of science, by Arthur C. Clarke. So that's what really excites me about science fiction, is the possibility of what is possible.
Wonderful. That's such a lovely answer. All right, Kunal, we're very, very excited to hear your entry. So, I mean, if you want to share your screen, you can, or you can just go for a narration. It's up to you. And with that, I'll just turn off my video and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Shruti. Evening, everyone. I will be narrating my piece, Pinocchio, today. And it's not a presentation, so I'll just be talking through it. And I guess without further ado, here goes. Dearest Father, I'm grateful for your august presence. Seems a bit off. Use database of audio instead of text. Pa, how you? Keep vocabulary at median, associate grammar at 85%. Ye fine, Father, though those ignite feelings of warmth. Set tone to casual conversation. Yo, Daddykins, how's it hanging, old man? Set era to modern times. Carapatro, Keel vi fartas. Maintain language as English, Hindi, Marathi. Use Arabic numbers. Use English and Devanagari script. Priya Father, apan fine ho kya? Only single primary language to be used based on speaker. Allow pidgin across languages. English and interchanging of Hindi and Marathi words allowed. Grammar to be kept at primary language used. Hi, Baba. How are you? Perfect. Looks calibrated. Reboot. Hi, Baba. How are you? I'm good, beta. How are you feeling? I feel great. Where are we going today? Same place, the lab. But I hate it there. It's so boring. We'll try to make it exciting. Baba? Yes. Remember when we went to the zoo and we ate ice cream and we went to the beach and that big restaurant? Yes, I do. And the park? I had a lot of fun. Yes, you did. But I don't think you had fun, Baba. Why? Why do you say that? Remember I was running and I fell down and I scraped my knee and I was hurting and I cried? Yes, beta. You came running to me and asked me if I was hurt, and your face was sad and it looked as if you were also going to cry. Anyway, can we go out tomorrow? We'll see. Baba? Yes, beta. Am I a real boy? Yes. Yes, you are a real boy. It's good to be a real boy. Baba? Yes, beta. Can I tell you something? Yes, of course you can. I don't know if I should tell you this. You know you can tell me anything at all. Sometimes I have weird dreams. Dreams? What do you dream? I sometimes dream that I'm someone else. Sometimes speak funny words. Sometimes I don't talk nicely to you. Sometimes I speak in a language that even I don't understand. When did you dream this? Today morning? Did you dream this before? Baba, are you angry? I'm sorry. No, no, I'm not angry, just anxious. So tell me, did you dream this before? Yes. When? Yesterday. And before that? Day before? And the day before? It's been going on for a week now. Oh, silly Baba. I'm not hurt. Why are you making that sad face? I waited for a long time, hoping I could fix it. But the algorithm continues to get corrupted and files swap around. The experience containment isn't working. I thought I could bring you back. Baba, I'm here only. You know, he too loves zoos and beaches and ice creams. What's wrong, Baba? What are you saying, Baba? I guess I'm trying to say goodbye forever. Erase database, format drive. The end.
That was amazing, Kunal. I must compliment you on how well you transitioned between both characters. And we still have a few minutes, so we're going to bug you a little more about your interest in science fiction and the process of writing. So let's ask you a little about how you got to know about the competition, and how have the mentorship sessions with Aarti Kadav and Shiv Ramdas been for you?
Okay, so I guess I'll start off with the first part. Yeah, I got to know about the ISF and about the contest through a WhatsApp group where we have a bunch of science fiction fans. And I was really excited to see something like this organized in the Indian space, because you don't find too many platforms to do this. So the moment I saw it, I was really excited. And irrespective of whether I got nominated or otherwise, I really appreciate the effort and the work that's been done here. So that's number one. The second part, I hadn't expected it, but then you all really organized these two wonderful, I'll call them workshops, with two, I'll call them renowned, but at least well-known writers of Indian origin in science fiction, which you don't get to hear and meet and talk to very often. Like I mentioned in the call, I'm a big fan of their work. And to actually see them in person, in live, hear about the challenges and how they try to overcome it was very encouraging. So I guess, just to recap what I answered, number one is I really appreciate the fact that you'll have given a platform for science fiction writers. And number two, the way that you've organized it and made sure that it's enriching for the people who are participating also, it was very, very well done.
I'm glad you had a positive experience, and here's hoping that we together in the coming years, with the help of all you fantastic writers, we actually build a very nice science fiction writing space for writers in India, because clearly that's something that's missing and we want to build it in the right direction. So Kunal, if I can ask you, what is one major takeaway that you have experienced while writing your science fiction pieces? Now, you must tell our listeners, how often do you write, number one? And second, when you do, what are some things like through the process of writing? I've often heard writers, have these light bulb moments where they just discover things about their own process. So what are some things that you have experienced while writing science fiction?
Okay, so for the first part of your question, I don't, I'll be honest, I try to write every day for a minimum of 15 minutes, but I don't like giving this answer because it sometimes discourages people who think of it like a regimen that, if you want to be a writer, you have to sit down and then, put pen to paper for half an hour every day. It didn't start off that way for me. And I would encourage everyone to write whenever they feel like writing. But more importantly, they got to write because they have a voice which no one else has. So especially for a lot of Indian folk, the science fiction that you read is all Western, American, European, white men who are actually trying to save the world. We need a little more of Indians also doing that, right? So first and foremost, for whoever wants to write, even if you all don't want to write, just maintain a diary and write something every day. And that segues into the second part of the question, which is what is the process per se. You're right. You tend to move into the flow sometimes, and I guess the reason why I like writing is because I enjoy stories. And fortunately enough for me is that I generally don't know what the story is until I start writing. And therefore, I'm exploring and experiencing the story for the very first time myself. So that's what really motivates and excites me. In fact, sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge because I, I don't feel like letting go then. And you have other commitments. You have a day job. You have to take care of family and everything else. So that part of the process is really exciting. But having said that, to anyone out there, don't ever feel that you're not good enough or you can't write. Everyone can write because you have your own experiences which are unique to yourself. You have your own particular voice which no one anyone else ever has. Obviously it's not always rewarding in the sense that just because you write something, you cannot expect people to be praising you and everything else or to get recognition, but just do it irrespective.
Thank you. That's such a well put, very articulate answer. Kunal, if I can ask you, what is your day job? What are you doing otherwise? And how exactly do you manage your science fiction interests while doing other things in life?
Okay, so I work in Bennett Coleman Company Limited, which is essentially the Times of India group. I manage pricing, which essentially means how much do we charge for ads? Very simply, right? I'm not going to make it more complex than that, even though my job designation and my profile is a little more complex, and the work that I do is, but if I have to really crunch it down, it's figuring out the right price. How do I find time? Okay, so rather than talk about how do I find time writing, I think it's more important for anyone who aspires to write to be a reader. So I always find at least 5 minutes to 10 minutes to read every day. And that's my go-to before I go to bed. So I read, even if it's a single page, I make sure that I read. Also because, I really enjoy reading. And once you are able to find time to do that, you automatically figure out how do you fix all those other blocks of your daily life around your writing. So for instance, some people actually write on their mobile phones when they're traveling itself. I can't do that because, I get a little bit of motion sickness if I look down on my phone and I'm trying to do that. But there's some people who do that. There's some people who get up and do it very first thing in the morning, because after that you have the entire day and then you're not able to figure out how you're going to maintain that time. I personally prefer writing a little later in the night because I like a little bit of quiet and no one disturbing me. So that's what works for me. I guess what will really happen is that once you start writing, you'll try all these different permutation combinations and you'll figure out what works for you. There's some things that don't work for you. Don't listen to people who tell you that this is what you should be doing. Do what works for you. And that's my 2 cents.
All right, Kunal, it was lovely chatting with you and hearing about all your personal experiences. I think I'm always very curious to know more about the writer. I feel like the writer's personal experiences bring in a lot of interesting flavors to the work that they do. So yeah. Thank you for engaging in this little chat with me. And here's hoping that the best story poem goes forward. And I'm sure we would love to be associated with you in the coming years. And here's hoping, like I mentioned, with you and all the other finalists, we build a very robust science fiction writing ecosystem in India.
Absolutely. And, thanks for having me here, Shruti.
Thanks a lot, Kunal. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to quickly invite on stage our next finalist who has agreed to narrate their poem/story live at India Science Festival. Can I please request Rishi to turn on the video and audio?
Hi.
Great, Rishi. Can I assume that you're joining us from the USA?
No, actually, I flew to Chennai very recently, so I've been home for a while.
The time difference is not an issue now.
No, not this time.
Perfect. All right, great. Good evening and welcome to India Science Festival's live webinar. We're very, very excited to hear the narration that you have in store for us. And if we have a few more minutes, available in the end. We would love to get to know about you and your process of writing. So just to inform our attendees, Rishi is again one of the finalists for our flagship science fiction writing contest and has agreed to narrate his entry at IISER. So Rishi, I'm going to turn off my video and audio. If you want to share the screen, please do. Otherwise, feel free to go ahead with the narration.
Sure. I can just share the document I'm reading from, right? That should
go for it.
All right, absolutely. Just a moment. Yep. Sorry, just a second.
Yeah, take your time.
All right. So yeah, let me know if you can see the document.
Yep, can see. Please go ahead.
All right. So this is a story called The Tongue. I'll start narrating it right now. Then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. From Genesis 11:6. Who's that? Mark yelled, gripping his bat. It had been months since the nukes level sunny day. Not that the rest of the world fared any well. The seismic shocks that followed left the ground jagged and uncrossable. Whatever little pockets of people who survived were left miles apart between the rocks and debris. So seeing a vaguely human shape through the pervasive dust was a rare sight. I'm armed, so don't get any ideas. Hindi bolte hain hum. Mark loosened his grip. Month after month alone, he found himself nearly in tears listening to a human voice that spoke in a language he knew of but didn't understand. Naam Roshan hai, the man pointed to himself. Naam, Mark thought. That it sounded too close to the word name made him slightly nervous. Mark, he pointed to himself. You speak English? He was met with a blank stare. He gestured with his hands near his mouth. The man shook his head. Nahi, bahut ka. Mark let out a sigh of relief. Nuclear annihilation was, as it happens, put into motion by a few Menlo Park girls. Textless NLP, the blog declared. The idea was pretty simple. Just use your regular text-based machine learning language model and simply train it on digitized speech audio instead. It worked magically. Phoneme by phoneme, large files of English speech audio data were fed in, encoded into a hidden representation, and decoded back into audio that sounded uncannily like English words. The researchers, ever ambitious, immediately put it to work. Trained on two languages, it seamlessly translated one language's speech into another. Someone then noticed you could feed it audio from various languages together and change the learning algorithm to learn the same encoding for all of them. Pioneered by linguistic researchers, the decoded latent encoding was intended to help search for loan words across languages or words with the same root, such as Proto-Indo-European. The critics worried about the potential insidious applications of this algorithm in creating deepfake speech and pairing it with video deepfakes for nefarious political purposes. What actually happened paled in comparison. From the minute researchers first heard the sounds of the multilingual NLP model, now trained on every language whose digitized speech dataset they could find, to the second before the first trigger-happy world leader pressed their big red nuclear button, no one really knew or bothered to find out who it was or if they spoke the tongue. It couldn't have been more than a month. If it wasn't as viral as it was, aggravated by the vast reaches of the internet and social media, the tongue would have actually been a goldmine of discoveries. Anthropologists might have enjoyed learning its proto-language nature that both sounded exactly and nothing like any language in the world. Neuroscientists would have noted that the language didn't just restrict itself to activating only the Broca's and Wernicke's area. The scariest findings were made by everyone else. It seemed to insidiously activate a deep-rooted memory of the required mouthings and aspirations to speak the tongue within a few seconds of hearing its words. Those exposed wouldn't realize that they were speaking in the tongue until much later. Even those who enthusiastically chose to adopt soon found that they could no longer remember any other language. Not long after the discovery, One faction arose who looked to the tongue as a form of salvation from human differences that they blamed caused all the infighting in the world. The tongue speakers, as they came to be known, wholly embraced the language themselves, then began to weaponize the virality of the language to turn other people into their cause, whether they liked it or not. The others, naturally, fought fervently to not forget their own languages. Both sides fought hard. If the tongue speakers used guerrilla broadcasting, the rest yelled back with earmuffs. Each side then picked up increasingly deadly arms until, in the days after the bombs wiped out most human settlements off the face of the earth, the survivors would learn that the more languages one spoke, the more susceptible they were. Perhaps this was why Mark and Roshan survived as long as they did. It had been months of vague gesturing and pointing, but the two managed to trek their way into the ruins of Wolf Road. Kaam kya karte the idhar? Roshan mimicked stacking fruit into boxes and stacking them on an imaginary shelf. That they reached the very store Roshan worked at to look for monthly supplies wasn't much of a coincidence, given that they hadn't covered much ground amongst themselves, not while bands of tongue speakers roamed looking for the rest to turn. The roof had caved in on the far corner. Amidst rows upon rows of felt shelves were various canned foods and flour, blanketing the floor. A broken pipe from the ceiling dripped water. A few rats that had scurried by the side made this store their home. But the packets they didn't get to went a bad steal. I'm going to go check that corner out for some supplies, Mark pointed. Okay. Mark pushed away the shelves, blocking his way to the canned food aisle, while Roshan kept watch. Neither would dare go to the produce section for the smell alone. Mark rummaged through a box of supplies to find a packing peanut strewn to the side. It reminded him of the first supply run that they had made. They'd have arrived at a supermarket not far from where they first met. Post-apocalyptic zombie movies did little to prepare the Hollywood audience, and therefore Mark, about how to deal with one if it actually happened. But the tongue speakers were just as intelligent as humans and far more terrifying. The nuclear apocalypse meant neither faction had many survivors, but the tongue speakers managed to band together far better than the rest. The more they spoke the tongue, the more they thought and behaved as one, moving in lockstep. A small hunting band of 4 crept into the store almost unnoticed when Roshan spotted them. They walked in perfect unison and would often face the same direction unless searching for the others, in which they would scan each quadrant with a soulless glare. Despite hiding away and stuffing packet peanuts into their ears in time, looking at the group uttered wordlessly sent a chill down their backs. They were armed with iron rods and clubs that dragged across the floor. Dripping with malice, it wasn't hard to guess why they were calling out. After holding their breath for what felt like hours, the duo slipped away, supplyless but grateful to have survived. But they could never forget the increasingly loud tinnitus in their deaf ears, punctuated only by the tapping of the rods they felt from the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The taps felt louder and faster. Then Mark felt his shoulder shake. Arey, kuch chal gaya, Roshan pointed, panic-stricken. Mark turned. A TV they hadn't noticed turned on. The screen just showed a reporter speaking, nothing out of the ordinary. The audio from the TV, however, sounded a bit garbled. Mark instinctively leaned forward, but he couldn't recognize the words. He turned round to face Roshan. Kya hai? Don't know. A chill ran down Mark's spine. He pulled a can out of the shelf and lobbed it hard. The screen exploded into glass and coconut milk, but it didn't stop playing. Then they heard a crash from the far end of the store. Bhago! They cupped their ears as tightly as they could and ran. Mark spied 2 shapes from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, someone tackled him from the side. He looked up to see a middle-aged woman mouthing words mid-shrug. He didn't dare remove his hands from his ears. Roshan rushed back and kicked her in the face, which only loosened her grip slightly. His arms, also tightly cupping his ears, began to sway his balance against his favor as he gaped. He spotted 2 more speakers running down the corridor. Think quick. He was fast running out of options. Ha! He bellowed, part desperate yell, part war cry, but mostly to avoid hearing her speak. He grabbed the woman's arms and yanked her away from Mark. Mark kicked her away, pulled Roshan up, and began running. They pushed down the few standing shells on the way to slow their pursuers. They leapt towards the entrance. Roshan dragged the few mangled cars the store had left and barricaded the door. Then they sprinted away as far as they could go. After what felt like many miles, they stopped and hid near a small hidden grove. Bent over in pain and exhaustion, and in between panting breaths, they could barely speak. Baal hi baal bach gaye. Yes, that was much closer than I would have liked. Haan, agli baar dhyan rakhenge. Good thinking on the TV. Shukriya. You're welcome. Roshan paused and looked up to Mark in horror. That ends my story.
Thank you so much, Rishi. That was absolutely fantastic. Could I please request you to stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, just a moment. Yep, there you go.
Thank you so much. That was really wonderful. And I'm so glad that we had the opportunity of listening to your story live at the festival. Before we move on to the next session, I'm just going to quickly ask you about your interests in science fiction and how exactly did you dabble into the space of sci-fi? And how do you think how has your experience been participating in IISERs Spin Your Science? Have the workshops been helpful for you? How's the experience been?
So I've always had an interest in like general fiction and science fiction as a child. I used to read a lot of science fiction and fantasy, and I've continued that long after, like all through college and while working. In fact, I used to work in Bangalore. So one of my favorite haunts was Blossom's in Bangalore. And they have a fantastic collection of sci-fi books that I actually, now that I'm back home, I can sort of revisit. So I've always had a lot of interest in like consuming all forms of sci-fi entertainment, be it media or books, particularly fond of various works that way. But I've actually only very recently dabbled in writing. I wrote another story while I was in my undergrad, but it was not really that, I mean, I didn't like it as much. And then I came across this opportunity on Twitter and I saw this, that you were writing about this. And and thank you, Kunal. But yeah, so I sort of began dabbling into it. I thought I should give it a shot, and then that's where I'm here. And yeah, and then I couldn't quite catch Artik Adav's workshop, but I really liked Shiv Ramdas' workshop. And then I plan to incorporate a lot of what he taught there in the session. That was pretty nice. And yeah, thank you for conducting that. It was super helpful for us.
Right, I'm glad to hear that you had a positive experience participating in IISERs. And Rishi, here's hoping that the best story of the poem wins. But honestly, it's been such a pleasure interacting with all the sci-fi finalists. And I really hope that this process has been enriching for all of you. And together, like I mentioned to Kunal, we're all able to create a good science fiction writing ecosystem in India to encourage more writers to dabble in this space. So thank you for narrating this poem and your story, and we'll be in touch in the coming weeks. So,
all right. Thank you, Shruti. Thanks for this opportunity as well.
Bye-bye. All right, for all the attendees who joined in just now, thank you, and a very good evening for all of the new attendees that have joined in. This is India Science Festival's 3rd edition, and we're online, where all of our events are completely free for everybody and open to all. There's something to do for everyone at this festival. And now we're going to be beginning with one of our most exciting talks at the festival. And this talk in particular has been a lot of people have been looking forward to this talk, because this talk doesn't just come with a speaker. This talk also comes with a live demonstration of robots from a lab. It's truly a fascinating session to be a part of, and I really hope that this session gives us a lot to think about. But before we invite our speaker on stage, we have a very quick poll to launch here, and we would love our attendees to tell us what they think about robots. So we have two very simple questions for our attendees, and I'm just going to very quickly launch the polls on your screen. The first question that we have here is, have you ever seen a robot? The first option is yes, on screen, maybe on television or movies or the news. The second option is, yes, I have seen a robot off screen in real life. Third option is no, I've never seen a robot. And the fourth option is maybe, I'm not sure. And the second question is, do you think robots and humans can live together peacefully in the coming years? The first option is yes, definitely. The second option is maybe, I'm not sure. And the third option is no. Robots are definitely going to take over our lives. So like I mentioned before, there are no right or wrong answers here. We're just very curious to know more about our audiences and what they think. And here's hoping that we address a couple of these questions in this session that's going to come up. But I'd also like to tell our attendees that our speaker will be interacting with a couple of our attendees after this session on a closer quarter. So if you have any questions for the speaker, please do keep them ready, because the speaker will be interacting with you all on a closer quarter. So let me just quickly end the poll and share the results on your screens. So let's see what our attendees have told us. 63% of our attendees have seen a robot on screen. 34% have seen a robot off screen in real life, and 3% have never seen a robot. 61% of our attendees do think that robots and humans can live together peacefully. 29% are not sure, and 11% think that robots are going to take over our lives. And with that, it gives me great pleasure in welcoming the speaker for this session, Professor Sethu Vijay Kumar, who's joining us all the way from Edinburgh. A very short introduction about our speaker. Professor Sethu is the Professor of Robotics at Edinburgh University and is the Program Director at the Alan Turing Institute in London, and is also the founding director of the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics. Professor, it is such a pleasure to host you at India Science Festival, and we are very, very excited for your talk. Please take it ahead, and like I mentioned, we'll take questions towards the end and also host you for the post-session interaction. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Shruti, for this introduction, and I hope people can see my screen that I've tried and shared. It's indeed a delight to be able to address you guys as part of the India Science Festival. I've been involved with science festivals for a while now, especially with the Edinburgh International Science Festival, which is one of the kind of oldest science festivals in the world. In a way, trying to do the same thing in the country where I come from, I think I find it, again, an honor, and I think it's been a while since I've wanted to do this. So thank you for organizing this. And today's session is, this is a nice segue from the last speaker's topic on science fiction to the future of robotics. So robots have been around for a while. It's such a fast-moving field, and it's very hard to keep up with the new developments in robotics. So this is an attempt at trying to show you where robots have traditionally been useful and where the new trends in robotics are going, and perhaps even speculate the areas in which different kinds of robots can play a big role in affecting different walks of our life. So I'm pretty sure many of you have seen robots in very classical applications, like a car manufacturer or in working in an assembly line in a factory. But actually, if you look at the screen, the majority of the little sort of images I put up are robots or applications of robotics in domains that we would not have considered previously, maybe even just 10 years ago, as something where robots could play a big part. So we've known that robots have played a big part in the space station, the building of the space station. Robots are increasingly playing a bigger role in manufacturing of smart cities and autonomous driving cars. but also in the for essentially giving us food security in terms of being more productive in doing weeding and agriculture. There's also a big push in the use of robots in the medical industry, but also to deal with challenges in the aging society, but also in prosthetics and exoskeletons. So there's a whole range of robotics applications, and I'm not sure if how many of you in the audience recognize this kind of figure on the top third, the one I have the pointer on. That actually is inside the core of a nuclear power plant, and one of the challenges involves robots for decommissioning of our nuclear power plants. So these are all very exciting challenges for robotics to solve, and I just want to kind of give a perception of where traditionally robotics has been and where we're going with it. So traditionally, robots have always been programmed by either teleoperation, in other words, getting the robots to mimic a program or a particular sequence of movements and repeat it again and again. So the new research in the labs around the world have been pushing this towards getting robots to act more autonomously. In other words, start making decisions on their own, start creating scenarios where humans can be significantly out of the loop and don't have to interact with the robot on a very, at a time scale which is on the order of the real-time operations. But the real challenge, while we wait for autonomous solutions, is somewhere in between, where we can seamlessly move between fully autonomous sort of challenges to fully teleoperated settings. And really, I think so one of the things that we are trying to do is see if we can get robots to autonomously behave in a way that is challenging for different applications. So let me try and do one of the. I'm getting a small. Let me try and move this cursor away so that you're getting the full slide. I hope this is a bit of a challenge, a technological challenge that I'm going to try and fix. Let me see if I can. So I don't think I can move this completely out of the way, but I'll try and adjust it in a way that it is not taking up big parts of the screen. Okay, good. So if you think about why we want to deal with collaborative and shared autonomy rather than fully autonomous behaviors, there are some interesting scientific challenges. So for example, for fully autonomous behaviors to work, we cannot be dealing with situations where there's close interactions with humans, when there's noising and ambiguity in the sensing, or if there's situations where we've got real world dynamics to deal with. And more often, the unmoral user intentions are another big challenge. So, and these are all challenges that you may face while we are dealing with prosthetics, self-driving cars, underwater robotics inspection and integrity management in offshore oil and gas platforms, etc. Now, in addition to these scientific challenges, there is a socio-economic reason why we want to use robots of these kinds to deal with these things. And one of the reasons is because we are trying to address some of the grand challenges, like improving the efficiency of man-machine teams to meet the industrial demands, to ensure food security, but also we are increasingly seeing hazardous asset inspection needs in offshore oil and gas platforms, in the nuclear industry for decommissioning. Also, there's a big challenge in healthcare and aging in our society for exoskeletons, but also flexible redeployment in emergencies like the pandemic. So we are looking for low-touch economy and social distancing for co-work. So the idea is, can we do these things while we are ensuring that we're able to deal with these things efficiently? So let me start by giving you a quick example of how these robots are working, especially how we can use shared autonomy for remote operations. So on the screen, you're seeing, you're going to see a video of a robot screen on the right that a person using the robot is going to see. On the left will be the actual live image of the robot operating in another room, another environment. And what you're going to see now is, oops, yeah, and what you're going to see now is this image of the console that a person is seeing while the robot is operating autonomously, while the human is giving the high-level goals of the volition of where to go, where to move, how to avoid obstacles, etc. So the thing to note here is that it is not the human who is deciding which wheels to move, which motors to move, which hands to use, but it's the robot autonomously deciding for itself. The human gives a high-level volition of which object to pick and where to place, and all of the low-level decision-making happens at the level of the individual robots at the site. So this is extremely important because often we don't have a direct line of sight. There is no, there is an issue with transmission delays. There's an issue with a potential networking failure. So autonomous behaviors help you deal with those challenges on the fly. And we do think that some of these challenges can be usefully deployed in domains ranging from nuclear and offshore decommissioning, things like disaster recovery, things like collaborative manufacturing, remote operations of heavy machinery, etc. So, so these are the kind of portfolios of the research projects that we have in our lab that we use shared autonomy for. And indeed, one of the things I want to highlight, one of the projects that I want to highlight is something called the Orca Hub. And this is offshore robotics for certification of assets, particularly in the offshore oil and gas industry. So some of the things that we've been looking at is how can we use legged robots to do offshore asset inspection. So you can probably see a video now of the robot actually operating in an environment that is very hard for wheels to operate. So it's got obstacles, it's got to step over obstacles, it's got to climb steps, and the idea is not just for robots to go and map the environment and sense the world, but be able to operate equipment, turn valves, push buttons, take sensor readings on the fly while it's operating in very complex environments like these. And indeed, not just, and it doesn't have to be limited to quadruped robots, it can be wheeled robots where the robots are autonomously operating and deploying things like sensors on a sort of field, which is monitoring, in this case, monitoring corrosion in an oil tank, for example. So these are examples of scenarios where robots and humans want to operate in a cohesive way while robots take a lot of decisions on its own. The other big challenge that we've been looking at, and one of our flagship projects is with the NASA, with the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where so one of the challenges is, can we use robots for not just International Space Station deployment, but on future missions to Mars? Can we use robots as a way of creating assets on the surface of Mars before astronauts arrive? Or can we also use these robots as a way of maintaining assets when the astronauts are not on the surface? So if you think about it, so what are the kind of capabilities that we may need for robots like these to operate efficiently? So we don't think of, when we talk about extreme environments, we don't think of space, but space is an extremely hostile environment where astronauts are doing spacewalks because they have to, not out of choice. So this is where we're trying to build capabilities equivalent to a human being. So things like walking on uneven terrain. So what you see in this video here is a humanoid NASA Valkyrie robot in our lab being trained to walk on uneven terrain using onboard sensing. So you can see on the right the kind of LiDAR-based sensing that the robot sees, and then it decides for itself where to step, how to step, and how to maintain balance. So one of the challenges is how do we do multiple hierarchies of tasks while the robot is trying to maintain balance. So maintaining balance is a priority, while sort of reaching and grasping for objects is a secondary task that it needs to fulfill. So those are the kind of the scientific challenges that we're trying to address and operate with. So it's not just in the space industry, we're also looking at how we can use robots for the manufacturing sector. So we have a project with the Honda Research Institute, which basically is for help robots and humans working together to lift heavy loads, weld, do accurate positioning. So for example, some of the works that we've been doing in collaboration with Honda involves simulating both a robot and a human and its interaction, and look at how we can get this on real hardware. So how can, as a prototype, how can robots and humans work together to manipulate objects of interest? This is a very challenging job because you have to understand the intentions of the humans, but also do optimal behaviors that are critical, time critical. It is very different from a robot, like a wheeled robot sitting on a ground and moving on an intermittent basis. This is a real-time control with very high frequencies. And where do these things kind of play a big part? These things can play a big part in increasing the flexibility of manufacturing settings. So traditionally, if you look at how large aircraft hangars or factories work, you've got large fixed jigs. Now we are already seeing robots and humans working side by side, but not necessarily together. The future is where we marry the best of both worlds. We marry the precision and accuracy and load capabilities of the robots, while we use the decision-making capabilities of the humans. So contextual decision-making of the humans for doing, things like fitting of large parts in collaboration with the robot. Okay, so I want to slightly switch tacks and talk about robots in a slightly different domain. So another domain where we've been working with and the use of shared autonomy is in the area of healthcare. And here's a collaboration with some companies like Touch Bionics and Honda, where we've been looking at upper limb prosthesis, but also lower limb prosthesis for effectively helping patients who've either lost a limb or have had some sort of injury, either a sports injury, or say somebody who's had a stroke and is recovering from post-stroke rehabilitation, for example. So let me see if I can get this video to you. I'm just trying to see if we can get this tab to move off, which seems to be quite annoying, but I'm not sure there's an easy solution to that. Okay, no worries. So one of the things, as you can probably see, the video here on the right is in our lab. We have a prosthetic, a person wearing an exoskeleton, which is applying forces on their legs, and in doing so, you can use it for helping them walk, say, up a slope, so that the person feels as if you're kind of being assisted while walking, or it can be used for rehabilitation settings, as I said before. The real scientific challenge is how do I coordinate the movement of the humans and the exoskeleton in a way that it is not disruptive, but actually is helping the person in this task? And you will see some part of this live at the end of this talk when we go live to the lab. So now let's we've always science fiction has always been inspiring. We've always seen movies like the Iron Man, where we think about the future of work, where you're sitting in the comfort of your home and controlling multiple robots, multiple devices in remote locations. So although this was a science fiction, so I think this notion of using robots effectively is becoming increasingly more realistic, increasingly more real time and real life. And there are some, of course, there are some scientific challenges in addressing that, and I'm going to try and point out to few open scientific challenges, underlying open scientific challenges that I want to try and point out to. So, for example, we do need to worry about safety in these settings, especially when humans are involved. So we need to ensure that in hardware you've got compliant actuation, in software we've got real-time adaptation to be able to ensure that when robots and humans interact, they are safe. For that, we've been building lots of variable impedance actuation mechanisms, so robots that work efficiently on the fly with adaptation, with soft compliance in the loop. This second challenge is what we call reducing the sim to real gap. So, for example, getting digital twins to work where we can get robots to be as close as possible to realistic simulations, so that we can do a lot of learning without really having to run the robot, while the real world physical simulations match this. And lastly, I think one of the crucial elements of robotics is trying to build systems that are verifiable and explainable. And this boils down to the fact that if something goes wrong, can we understand why something is going wrong? What is the reason behind the failures, and be able to fix it? And this, it becomes even more poignant when we are using adaptive and learning systems. And what we've done is we haven't fully addressed all the socio-ethical questions in this talk. I don't have the time to cover all of these things, but I do want to reassure you that in doing the science that we do, we have been asking some very poignant questions about moral, ethical, and decisions that needs to be made while developing this kind of technology. How do we ensure responsibility and explainability? How do we transfer control between a robot and a human, and how do we do that seamlessly? And how do we deal with issues that arise out of learning systems that constantly adapt? And in order to do that, we've been looking at doing this through a couple of our initiatives. So both at the University of Edinburgh, and as part of, I'm a co-director of the Alan Turing Institute, which specifically looks at some of these moral and ethical decision-making in technology. And if you're interested, if you now go to the Wired UK website, there are a couple of videos. There are 4 subparts of a documentary that has been shot by Wired UK, which exactly addresses this problem of technological advances and the biases and the moral and ethical questions that we have to ask in order to, while we're developing this technology. So the last thing I want to sort of briefly address is, in trying to do all of these things, the way we've been doing this is by setting up a large center. It's called the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics. And this is not just about science, this is not just about technology, it's about taking novel ideas and scientific ideas from innovation in labs to market through high TRL level, high technology readiness level ladders, through world-class assets and skills, and working with government and lawmakers to make this happen. So do check out the Centre for Robotics. So what I'm going to do next is to stop by quoting one of my favorite authors, Arthur C. Clarke. And this quote is very poignant in the field of robotics. We tend to overestimate technology in the short term, meaning we are always kind of overhyping the impact of robotics. And that can be a big problem if you're not careful about the limitations or understanding the limitations of this technology. But at the same time, often we underestimate technology in the long term. So indeed, robotics is going to play a huge part in how we are going to live our lives in the next decade or so. And if we don't understand and study the impact of this technology, both in terms of jobs and skill sets, etc., then it is going to be challenging to address that at a later stage. So with that, what I'm going to do next is to show you a 5-minute video of our lab and the different things that we do in our lab, which will give you a nice segue into the live feed that we're going to get into after this. And then we'll have some options for some Q&A. So 5-minute video coming up, showing you all the different kinds of scientific challenges we address in our labs in the words of the scientists, the postdocs, the PhD students, the faculty members involved with this. So let me try and play that.
Welcome to the Statistical Machine Learning and Motor Control group at the University of Edinburgh. Here we do exciting world-leading research on robotics, machine learning, and data-driven techniques using artificial intelligence to make robots a lot more versatile and adaptive to the real-world situations. We do work across domains, so applying the core problems in robotics and machine learning to domains in oil and gas, transport, healthcare, as well as things like the challenges of exploration in outer space.
We want our robots to be autonomously deployed in industrial plants, for instance, to perform inspection tasks, to accomplish tasks that humans can't do or that are dangerous for them.
Our main business is to educate the next generation of outstanding postgraduate students and conduct cutting-edge research.
My research is focused on designing exoskeleton controllers that can assist people completing tasks such as walking. And to achieve this, what we do is we build quite complex neuromuscular models of human subjects and combine this with a very detailed set of motion data that we can collect in our gate lab.
We hope that with this setup and combining robotic assistance with electrical stimulation, physical therapists can have a tool to personalize the intervention and improve the outcomes of physical therapy.
My research is about robot localization in changing environments, when the robot's view is nearly occluded by large moving objects.
We want the robot to learn which objects are of interest without requiring a human to provide information about the shape or the visual appearance of these objects.
In order to enable robots to move while in contact, for example, when wiping a table or pushing a heavy object, my research focuses on how to plan or how to learn those types of physical contact interactions.
We are developing mathematical models to enable a robot to capture heavy and moving objects with 2 arms. At the same time, we are handling impact.
My research involves both humans and robots, where first we enable robots to predict humans' intentions and actions, and we also generate safe robot actions in order to help the humans reach their goal.
In construction, robots are often operated by humans in dangerous environments, needing expensive training. To reduce the operator burden, I'm working on shared autonomy, which combines human input and autonomous methods so the human can best utilize their expertise.
I'm really interested in human-robot collaboration
So how we can enable robots to perform a common task effectively with human, such as pouring a wine into a human's glass. But humans are really difficult to predict, and so I'm interested in how we can better make those predictions.
I'm working on the development of robots that can be easily taught to manipulate objects and potentially collaborate with people or assist people in need just by giving a demonstration of the task.
I'm working on leg robot to make them traverse challenging terrains. The idea we propose is to start with a capable controller that already works on the robot and try to extend and add capabilities to make the robot cross challenging terrains.
I'm working as a software engineer in a field robotics lab, and also I'm doing some research about quadruped robots. I'm working on how those robots with 4 legs should plan their footsteps considering the torque limits on their legs.
When robots have to perform manipulation and walk simultaneously, they face a lot of uncertainty. One way we can increase the robustness of the system is by taking into account the capabilities of the robot, so its motors and also the contact stability.
There are many conditions that we cannot predict. For instance, when we are navigating in an offshore platform, we might encounter a floor that is wet. A way of dealing with this kind of uncertainties is by replanning quickly new motions.
I'm working on building better robots for specific tasks. So a robot that walks might need to be built a little differently than one that jumps. And so I'm working to create algorithms that modify the designs based on the tasks, and I'm looking at making those more efficient and physically realistic.
My work focuses on motion planning, especially when it comes to the environment changes that are in and out, or the objects that the robot is trying to pick up and move are moving. And this is especially useful when working with robots that need to be safe around people and other robots.
So the environment may have many different inclined slopes, and this gives rise to a lot of different options of when to place the foot and where to place the foot.
Robots in the real world have to operate in environments where obstacles around them are moving. So whether that's in hospitals where we have people moving around, or whether that's in a factory where you have other robots that you might need to avoid. My research interests are in developing algorithms and motion planning software that will allow us to move robots in ways that avoid those obstacles.
I've particularly enjoyed working on the large-scale projects which we have within the group, and helping with the project management side with the Alan Turing Institute, the ISCF hubs, and also the EU Horizon 2020 projects.
So if you've liked some of the research that you've seen in the video and would like to work on some of these exciting platforms and projects, please do get in touch with us, and we'd love to have you as part of our team.
Okay, excellent. So I hope you guys have managed to see the video, and you've got an idea of the kind of the breadth of the applications of robotics that the lab works on and also the community works on, and perhaps it might have given you some ideas about, or interesting questions about things that we need to worry about and talk about as part of this, building new kinds of robots, new ideas where robotics can be kind of applied. So what I'm going to do now is to stop sharing my screen, and at some point, yes, I think that should work. And I'm going to try and ask one of my postdocs in the lab to start sharing his screen, and so that we can go live to the lab, where I will introduce to you very briefly some of the, let me see if we can get the live feed from the lab. And we can try and see if we can see some of the demos, especially of the humanoids and of the exoskeleton stuff. So we may be experiencing some technical issues with getting the camera going. So let's see. Okay, good. Okay, so let's try. Vlad, are you ready to?
Oh, it's not share the screen. Hello?
Yeah, hi Vlad.
So we are here, we are ready. You should be able to see our video now.
So maybe the right thing to do is to, the video is showing up on the side as a small thing. So maybe you should stop sharing the screen. Are you sharing the screen? You should stop sharing the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm seeing your sort of desktop, and we should not see that.
There we go. This should be getting better.
Yep. Perfect.
Excellent. Thank you for your patience. Welcome.
So yeah, so let me start by quickly introducing the first of the demonstrations. It's a humanoid robot called Talos, and the idea is we're going to try and show you the different bits and pieces of the work that we do with Talos. Over to you, Vlad.
Thank you, and welcome to the Field Robotics Lab. So our first stop today is the Talos humanoid robot. This is actually one of the most complex robots we have here in the lab. So what you're looking at is a robot the size and the shape of a human. You can sort of see compared to me sort of the scale of this. This brings itself a lot of difficult problems to solve. We have over 30 motors that we're controlling here in coordination, the whole body. We have a inertia and acceleration measurement on board of this robot. We've got a vision system with cameras and speakers up in the head. We've got sensors for forces, both in the hands and down in the feet. We do have 2 computers on board, and we have a Wi-Fi communication with the robot. So what we've been trying to do is to program robots like these to do whole body motion, to allow them to sort of the same kind of dexterity that people have when they perform tasks. And you can see here that we get the robots to coordinate its whole body. We've got some level of stability. We are trying to develop motions and code for this platform, so that we can eventually take this out of the lab. But as you see at the moment, we are at a stage where we are developing this in a safe environment. That's why we have sort of a harness around to keep people safe. But eventually, we would like to take these robots out of the lab. So I'm going to step a little further, and we're going to do some walking as well. These are some of the hardest problems in robotics, to make sure that we can get not the robot not only to understand where it is and what it's doing, but also to robustly perform different motion and keep working in the environments that we work in. Yeah, let's try a little bit of walking. There we go. Yeah, so here you see we have the robot walking. We still have it balancing, coordinating the whole body as it is. So a lot of the work that we do comes down to sort of autonomy or punctuated autonomy. So this is the kind of interaction where you let the robot decide a lot about what it's doing and how it's going to do. And in doing this, we have learned a lot about how to control and how to design the motion for it. So we use a lot of ways how to model the robot using mathematical equations. We use a lot of kinematics and dynamics and Newton's laws of dynamics
to model what the robot is doing. And then we write software that allows us to plan and generate this motion, and also in real time correct for this. And by doing this, we have learned a lot about how humans move. So the next thing that we do with this is then look how we can transfer this onto other robots that we can wear, where this control is actually shared closely with a human. For example, an exoskeleton that can help us rehabilitate. So I'm going to hand over to one of my colleagues, Daniel.
So yeah, while Vlad's doing that, just a few things to add. I think people might ask, often there is a question, why the humanoid form? Why don't we put wheels, and why 2 legs? Why not have 4 legs or things? And the idea is, by challenging ourselves to do very complex problems like maintaining balance in real time, we are trying to push the boundaries of what control systems and sensing can really hit. And the exact same solutions can be transferred to, for example, the autonomous driving domain, where we need to react very quickly. If the motors need to react very quickly to a sensor of a person stepping in front of an autonomous driving car. So these problems are quite related. Over to you, Daniel. So yes, now what Daniel is going to explain, along with so Daniel's a postdoc student. Sorry, it's a postdoc with us, and what Daniel is going to explain is the exoskeleton, the hip, knee, and the ankle exoskeleton that Andreas, one of our PhD students, is wearing. Over to you, Daniel.
Thanks, Setu. Yeah, so as Setu was saying, one of the things that we're interested in the lab is how we can use robots, but also exoskeletons, to assist humans in assisted living environments. So exoskeletons, like this one that you can see here, are robotic devices that are worn externally to the body, that are used to apply forces onto humans to assist them while they're completing motions. So typically exoskeletons will have a number of motors, like these that you can see here on this exoskeleton. And these are responsible for generating forces and torques. And those forces and torques are then transmitted from the robot to the human body via some attachment mechanisms, in this case, these straps that you can see here. And as Setu was saying, this exoskeleton in particular has 6 motors, 3 on each side, assisting the hip, knee, and the ankle joint. So it's capable of assisting the full kind of spectrum of lower body locomotion simultaneously.
And maybe, Daniel, you might want to add the amount of torques these things are capable of generating.
So the amount of torques, it varies depending on the kind of exoskeleton you're looking at. But this one, which is quite a powerful exoskeleton, can go up from, I think the maximum torque is around 100 Newton meters. Typical torque should be 30 to 50 Newton meters. And so these types of exoskeletons that have the full range of lower body motion can be used for very intensive tasks, like, for example, assisting paraplegic patients who might be kind of paralyzed from the waist down. And another kind of key aspect of exoskeleton systems are the sensing capabilities that they have. So typically, these include encoders that are embedded in each joint. So in our case, we've got joint position and joint torque encoders in these joints, which allow us to get real-time information as to the torques and positions of the joints as Andreas is walking here. And this exoskeleton also has pressure sensors on the soles of the feet, so that as Andreas is taking steps, we can detect when he's making stance phase with the ground. And one of the big challenges for us as exoskeleton researchers is how we can use the information from exoskeleton sensors and other sensors that we have available to inform us of the correct kind of timing and magnitude of assistance to perform, so that we effectively assist people as they're walking or completing other motions. And the aim of our research with these devices is to eventually design controllers which can safely assist people who need it. So for example, this could include the elderly or people with mobility issues. And in addition to that, we're also looking at how we can, in addition to helping kind of patients, also reduce the physical strain on healthcare professionals like nurses and physiotherapists, so as to reduce the chance of injury in the workplace. Oops, that's everything for me. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. That was very useful. And I think we're going to move to the next station, where we're going to look at some robots for reconfigurable factories. But while we're doing that, one more thing to add is that the exoskeletons, we think of it as assisting humans or people who are, injured or sick or stroke. But in theory, they can also be used for factory workers who are perfectly healthy but are doing very heavy repetitive tasks. So you want to take the load off their backs so that they don't face long-term injury. So some of the work that we've been doing, especially with collaboration with Honda, is on using these kind of exoskeletons as a way of ergonomic, encouraging ergonomic behaviors in factory workers, but also assisting people who use heavy tools. Excellent. Now let's go to the sort of third station, where Christian's going to try and tell us a little bit about this upper body dual arm humanoid used for the reconfigurable factories of the future. Over to you, Christian.
Hi. Yeah, so this is the next stage robot, and so you see that the upper part is the humanoid base. So this robot has two 6 degrees of freedom arms, and it has an additional degree of freedom for the rotating the torso. So this is used to interact with the environment. So we can pick up objects and place them somewhere else. At the end of the arms, we have two end effectors. You see that those are flat end effectors. And you can imagine that when we want to pick up objects, it would be done with basically with the palm, and you can pick up smaller and larger objects using this. And so this robot is usually used in a factory, and we are using it in a project which we call the Smart Reconfigurable Factory. And the idea behind this is that you can build up a factory line, for example, with this conveyor belt here and tables, without the need to predefine where the conveyor belt is, where the tables are. And also when you interact with objects like this box, you don't have to predefine how this object looks like. So the idea is basically that you can move the robot into a new environment, place the conveyor belt there and the table, use new objects, and you don't have to specify all this, and can continue with your typical pick and place task in the factory. I'm now going to demonstrate how this pick and place task works, and I will talk a bit through the experiment. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, of course, so it has a color and depth camera on the head with which it can observe the environment, and by rotating its torso, it can, of course, map the rest of the environment. With this camera, it is observing this conveyor belt, and if I turn on this conveyor belt now, you see that the conveyor belt is moving, and the robot is observing this conveyor belt. Now, if I start the experiment, you see that the robot is adjusting to observe the conveyor belt. Now, it has never seen this object before. Now, if I place this object on the conveyor belt, the camera is detecting this motion, tracking this object, and once I stop the object, the robot will know that this is the object it should grasp, and I will just acknowledge this. And now it will go with the hands towards the object to grasp it from the conveyor belt and place it on the table. And in this smart reconfigurable factory, the idea is now that at the end of the table, we can have a human that interacts with the robot, and the robot would slide the object towards the human. So in order to safely interact with the human, so that these workspaces don't collide, but we can still enable a collaboration between humans and robots. In future, oh, sorry,
no, that's okay. Yeah, I was going to just bridge this. Thanks, Christian. I was going to say that I think one of the things that the sort of scientific challenges in these kind of settings is we can move the robot around or the belt around or the table around, and still, because we are doing live sensing and live modeling, we can actually get the robot to react to these. This is in contrast to factories where you have to very precisely calibrate everything ahead of time and get everything to work fixed to a particular location. The moment the calibration is off, the pick and place goes wrong. So that is where the kind of adaptation from real-time sensing happens. Back to you, Christian, on the mobile-based stuff.
Yeah, so the core scientific part of this project here is that we don't want to provide how the objects look like. So we want to make this dynamic. In future, we would like to extend this to this mobile platform where the robot is not static here, but it can move around freely in the factory. For example, to autonomously pick and place objects somewhere. And on top of detecting these objects, what has to be done there is that the robot needs to be able to localize it. So it not only needs to know what the objects are and where they are, but it also needs to know where the robot is itself. In addition to this, it needs to avoid obstacles when it's going from between places for pick and place tasks.
Thanks, Christian. I think we need to move on in the interest of time. So the last station that we're going to get to is the quadruped. It's actually exciting technology where we're going from wheels to robots that can walk on 4 legs and manipulate. I think in the interest of time, we're just going to show you a very, very short demo of the robot actually reaching for a valve and operating it. So let's see if that is working. Let me.
Hello. So
hi, Eric. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. So here in this part of the lab, we have a quadruped robot that has been mounted with a Kinova arm, and we also have a scaffolding mock-up as like an oil rig. And this mock-up is useful for us to test things that are challenges for the robot in the real world. So it's simulating, for example, an offshore platform in the sea where the robot has to operate. And usually these kinds of quadruped robots, they have 4 legs, as you can see here, and they can walk around. And recently they are being used for inspection and maintenance operations where they have sensors to walk around these offshore platforms and see whether there's something that has broken and needs intervention. However, we are going an extra step further and putting an arm on top of it. So the robot can not only walk around and inspect with its sensors its environment, it also has the capability of manipulating that environment. And we have like a couple of props here, like a hand wheel which the robot can turn, a lever which the robot can pull, and a bunch of other tasks that mimic situations that the robot would be need facing in real life. Unfortunately, we are having some technical issues, so we had prepared the demo, but it's not working. So I apologize for that.
Okay, no problem, Eric. Are we not doing the arm either, right?
No, unfortunately, we just had a technical issue and it's not working. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah. No, anyway, I think we're running a bit out of time, so I think we should move on. So thank you all. So thank you everybody in the lab for that demo. We've seen some videos. I'm very happy to now open the floor for some questions and pass it back to Shruti. Yeah, over to you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was really lovely, and I must say that the sheer amount of effort that has gone into presenting this for our audiences, we're so grateful to the entire team. Thank you for taking the efforts. It was really brilliant, and the talk was extremely articulate, and we have so many questions lined up for you. And I'm sure there will be more in the post-interaction session, so we'll take the remaining questions there. But let's get started. So there's a comment from the attendee that they said, I've always wondered why we attempted making humanoid robots. These experiments map solutions for humans. Thank you for the close-in display of robots. So the one question that we have here is, have these robots gone out into the market or are they still in the research and development phase?
So there are various forms, as you correctly point out, there are various forms of these robots. So there are significant number of robots that are now in the market. So you've seen some very good examples of robot vacuum cleaners from maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago. Now we're getting to a stage where robots like the Spot Mini from Boston Dynamics, which is a quadruped robot, which has the ability to move around and articulate things and inspect. There are other robots. So I would say an autonomous driving car is a kind of robot in the sense that it is got sensors, it's got wheels for actuating, it doesn't have any limbs for changing the state of the world, but it is able to navigate in a complex environment like a road. So in my sort of definition of robots is rather broad. And so from that perspective, I can say that there are robots that are now coming out into the market that are affordable and are providing good solutions, affordable solutions. Yet there are things like humanoid robots are still quite niche in the sense that we see humanoid robots being deployed in very specialist environments, healthcare, or in scenarios where, for example, in the space station, where the environment is built for the humans, and so we would need articulation very similar to what a human would do. But yet, I would not say humanoid robots are mainstream as in being a product.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. There are so many robots out there. Some are already out there, but like you mentioned, humanoid are not very mainstream yet. So I think you've already touched upon this in your talk, but can you shed some light on the application of robots in space research? Maybe an example here and there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can tell you what is happening now and what the plans are and what the futuristic plans are. And this is typically a sort of pipeline for any robotics research. So what's available now and what is being used for now is indeed, so if you look at the Canada arm, which is part of the articulation system within the space station, which is used to do things like repair of the outside of the space station, but also pull and push various parts of the modular structures of the space station. So that is already a robot that is being used to maintain, build, repair, do things like docking and undocking of stations in the space station. Now, with the success of the Mars mission, we've seen some very good examples of, for example, a very good frugal mission from the Indian astronauts, the astronomy team, to Mars, but also many other countries attempting to land rovers and active systems, including the first flight on Mars recently. So first small helicopter in the Martian atmosphere. So we are now seeing stages where there is a possibility, if one wants to create a sort of working environment in another planet, like the Red Planet. There is also an ambition to put stuff, put a station again on the moon as a kind of, it's called the slingshot version. So in some ways, what we are seeing is the theme is consistent. We are looking at robots doing jobs that are dangerous and risky for humans in environments that are extreme. So radiation, sort of do things with space debris, etc. But also doing support activities for astronauts. So it's not like the robots are there to try and replace parts of the space exploration, but to be able to support the astronauts and make things a lot more cheaper and do trials ahead of time. So proving grounds, I would say.
Thank you so much. I think that was really articulate and insightful. Professor, what we do is maybe take one question here and then move into the next post-interaction session. But we have a question here that says, have you worked on inculcating consciousness in robots?
So it's an interesting question, and luckily I've been in a very lucky position to work at the bridge of human neuroscience, computational neuroscience, and motor control and robotics. And this is reflected in the science that we do, because while we look at robots in factories and extreme environments, we're also looking at robots for healthcare, for being sort of for the use of exoskeletons, prosthetics. We're also looking at projects related to robot scrub nurses in sort of surgical environments, etc. So indeed, the challenge of sort of bridging this thing between what we call intelligence and learning and adaptation, and where we call those changes or adaptations that are rules that have not been written by the programmer, but things that have been evolved and adapted from behaviors and data. And when we start calling that intelligence or consciousness, is a fine line. So I think everybody has a different definition of consciousness and bias and intelligence. So it's very hard to say conclusively whether I've worked on consciousness or not. But what I can definitely say is I have worked on systems that have tried to build intelligence or adaptive abilities, if you call that intelligence, into artificial systems. So we can expect behaviors that evolve, change from things that have been programmed based on sort of value functions and cost functions. So in that sense, yes, but I would still say that the notion of consciousness, whether be consciousness in animals, consciousness in plants, consciousnness in machines, it's a gray area. And it's something that we always think about, but I don't think any of us have got conclusive answers to it.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we had a talk on the neuroscience behind consciousness, and neuroscientists spoke about the various areas of research. I mean, we don't have any conclusive answer. There's just many theories that we're working on. But Professor, we have more than 15 questions lined up, one on the applications of nanotech in robotics, the mechanical aspects of the humanoid structure, your work in artificial intelligence, your work in robot wars. So we're going to take all of these in the post-session interaction. I can tell all the attendees that you'll find a link in the chat right now. We'll drop it a couple of times. We'll request you to move to that meeting where you can personally ask Professor all of your questions. But a very big thank you to you, Professor, on behalf of the entire team at India Science Festival. We're so grateful to you and your team for taking out the time. It was an absolute pleasure, and we really look forward to hosting you at ISF in the coming years in an on-ground setting where you're able to come to India and interact with all of our attendees on a closer level. So we really hope that will happen in the coming years.
Absolutely, it was a delight, and thank you for all the questions, and thank you, Shruti, for this organization. It's an important and a very, very, I would say, crucial element in the development of Indian science to do these festivals, and I wish you all the best for all the future events as well. So I'll see you in the other chat room, and thank you all for attending. Bye.
Thank you so much, Professor. Catch you in just a minute. And I'd just like to tell our attendees that this is the final event for today. Please look at your chats. There is a link that we have put. We would love for you to join us in the chat room where we'll be talking to Professor on a very close level. And of course, you will get to ask all your questions to him yourself. So please do make sure that you head over to this Zoom room. And for our attendees who will not be able to join us in the Zoom room, I just want to inform you all that this is the last weekend of the festival. We have some wonderful events lined up for you all on Saturday as well as Sunday. Please do participate in the workshops, panel discussions, talks, fireside chats that we have lined up. There are some wonderful contests that we have for you all to participate in and win exciting prizes. Please make sure to avail of this opportunity. Our festival is absolutely open to everybody, free free to attend, and there's something for everyone at this festival. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sticking by, and hope to see you in the post-session interaction room. We've dropped the link a couple of times, and I too will do the same, and I'll see you in the post-interaction room. Thank you so much and have a great evening.